like my first real fist fight where blood was drawn. I was 6 years old.
Oh my goodness.
And I just totally enjoyed it. And now that was kind of, I had older cousins, right? And they threw me and this other kid into a little room and locked the door and pretty much said, hey, y'all are going to fight. And so as soon as they shut the door, turned off the lights, I threw the first punch. And we started fighting. When they opened the door, there's blood because I popped them in the nose. And so they freaked out. But I remember that I was like, so what's the next best thing to do is just, have the cop chase you.
Try to get away.
Yeah. So I remember he turned around. He's chasing me. I'm going in through streets. And I finally pulled up to just some random driveway. And I saw the cop car just drive by. So I was like, I did it. And then he drove back.
Oh, no.
And then he drove back again. And then he finally pulled over. And so then at that point, I'm like, should we get out and run? But I was like, well, I can't. This is my brother's car.
Yeah.
And so anyways, I ended up getting busted. Male in front of my car, adult age male, I'm going to run him over. And so that's where the charge came from.
So you hit him with your car, and did he get any injuries or?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
Or I really don't know. But as we drove off, their first shot took out the tire, the rear driver tire. And I remember because I was like, whoa, I didn't know that. So he's sitting here. I'm sitting over there. He slams the Bible shut, and he says, God is speaking to me, and he wants me to tell you that he's not mad at you, and he wants to use you to reach your friends. And then just tears start coming out of his eyes. And I'm like, what the? So he's giving me a word.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
And I'm like, what in the world? I mean, my high left. I was sober instantly.
Yeah.
I freaked out. And then I remember the words clearly. God's not mad at you. And he wants to use you to reach your friends. And so then he opens the Bible back up. He was like, wow. He goes, okay. He goes, that was crazy. So anyways.
So he never experienced anything like that either.
I have no idea, but he didn't at his table. And, they took my food and I, quote unquote, preached to them while they ate. And so then the next day, the Mexican mafia guy, he was like, hey, we'll take your food this time, And so, I didn't know how it was going to go down. I don't know if they're going to try to. So he grabs my tray, he slams it down, and he says, hey, everybody, shut up, listen to him.
Oh,
And
wow.
so
Everybody got quiet.
Wow. Yeah. And so I was like, oh, yeah, pretty cool, So on the days that I would fast, that's what I would do.
And they knew that.
Mm-hmm.
So then you would do this
So
quite often.
So what he told me was like, hey, next, he's like, let me call you back. I was like, homicide detectives are at my house. And he was like, what? Like, all right, yeah. And so hung up, and they walked, they opened the door, and I was like, and in my mind, I'm like, okay, I'm going to show them the room, and all that. And so they're like, no. Once they said, do you know Aldo Uribe? And I was like, you're going to tell me to sit down, aren't you? And they're like, yeah, it's best if you have a seat. And so I was like, okay. I was like, come on in or whatever. And so they were like, I'm sorry, your brother was murdered on Friday. And,
we do have a very important aspect of your life that we need to talk about because it is a life-changing one. It is along your life path. It is one of those decision points that takes you off into a different trajectory. So, so let's talk about, you and your wife and your divorce. And
that's something that I'm still mourning.
Okay.
Because it was like, okay. It was like there's the loss of my mother, the loss of my brother, the loss of my marriage, and along with that was the loss of pastoral ministry. Mm-hmm. And in a sense, it was a loss like a death. Like I kind of mourned it like a death.
Yeah.
And I started realizing as I'm sitting there, and whether we're having a guest speaker or not, it's kind of always a reminder. And so I'm like, okay, I'm mourning the call of God. And I'm like, okay, I'm mourning the call of God. Now,
Welcome back to another episode of LifeSpeaksPodcast.com. Thank you so much for joining us. We want to give a shout out to the Choosing Hope Foundation. Go to the website choosinghopefoundation.org. See what they're doing over there, man. Wrapped around prison ministries, just doing big things out there. Check it out if you want to donate, or if you just want to see, or if you just want to just check it out and see what can happen. Hey, just see what can happen. Check out LifeSpeaksPodcast.com and be up on the info about our podcast. And thank you so much for watching. If you want to donate, you have an option on there. Next, the Potter's House, GRA.com with our church, the Universal Church in Universal City, Greater Randolph area, 2025 Universal City Boulevard. Come and check us out, see how God's moving. Let's check out the website. Once again, it's thepottershousegra.com. And, man, just see how God is just moving over there. And it is awesome. Like, subscribe to our podcast, ring the bell so you get all the notifications. And thank you so much for joining us.
Welcome back to the podcast. I'm your host tonight, Daniel Martinez. I'm here with my gorgeous wife, Liz.
Hello.
Thank you for joining us tonight. We have another special guest tonight,
Yes.
a great episode. This is going to be a powerful one, a veteran in the game,
Yes.
the one who has a long storied history. We've heard a little bit about from our pastor, Pastor Luis. We've kind of heard some stories through him and stuff. And so we're excited to have our guest tonight. We have Juan Uribe here. How you doing? Thanks for joining us.
Good. Thank you. It is an honor to be here. I've heard many of the podcasts, many of the episodes. So
you've listened? You listened to some of
Oh,
them?
yeah.
Oh, good.
I've heard
good.
y'all's.
Oh, really?
And
What did
y'all-
you think?
Y'all did an awesome job.
He's like, I listened to it to go to sleep.
No, you never, you can never tell a book by its cover and what people have been through. So it was excellent.
Oh, good.
Good. I'm glad you liked it.
We were a little worried because it was a last minute decision. So it was just like, oh, we need to add something. So we're like, well, let's just go on. And so it was unscripted. Like we didn't have any. We were just like, okay, let's figure it out. So
Freestyled it. No, it was excellent. Actually, while we were eating, I was thinking about Alberto and Jennifer. I was like, I wonder how they met.
Thank
I
you.
wonder what their story is like.
That's what we've been
Thank
telling
you.
them.
We've been telling them, I don't know
They
how
don't wanna do
long.
it, huh?
And I
Thank
figured,
you.
I'm pretty sure they're going to be sitting here one day and I'll listen to it.
Yes. Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right, Jennifer?
Right.
Alberto?
Right? Here's your mic. We need audio proof.
Yeah, so you couldn't jump in, Jennifer. That's your mic.
That's your mic, yeah.
So that's number 4. 4 is muted. But if you want to talk, just unmute it and you can talk. Okay.
So if you have a question, feel free to chime in.
Okay, so anyways, let's go ahead and just get into it. Let's start with the beginning. So go all the way back, talk about your home life, your parents, siblings, kind of what that environment was like.
Going all the way back, I have this memory of being dropped off, just riding the school bus home and driving by a house that had a sign right above their garage door, and it said their last name. I don't remember what their last name is, but it said The Perfect Family. And I remember I was like, I always saw it every day. We drove by it, and I remember seeing it every day. And then I was like, they don't have the perfect family. We are the perfect family, which is made up or was made up of my dad, my mom, and I have 3 brothers. One of them, my oldest brother, he's actually adopted because he was the product of a possible one-night stand between a man and a prostitute. And then, and basically the point of that is that I had no idea how dysfunctional our family was.
Okay, it was your norm.
It was our norm. My dad was absent large portion of our, well, he was there, but he wasn't there. But in my mind, I had no idea what perfection really is.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so, okay, so in your list you have here birth complications. So going back to, so your older brother was adopted, and then is it you?
No, my oldest brother, Hugo, then my second oldest, which is Ivan,
Okay.
and then it's me. So by the time, I guess, my mom was pregnant with me, I guess their marriage was going through a rocky season, to say the least, because I think my dad was in Phoenix, and I don't know if they're already talking about separation. But the complications was that when I was born, they told my mom that they didn't know what was wrong with me, and to not get her hopes up, they told her, look, we're going to release you from the hospital, but it's best if you start prepping for a funeral. And
But they couldn't tell her exactly why. They were just like,
they didn't know what was wrong with me.
were you sickly?
So I don't know the medical aspect, but if this makes sense, there was a hole in my diaphragm.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
And so from what I understand, it was pushing all of my organs up. And so my heart was like somewhere up here and my lungs were squished. And so I couldn't breathe right. And they had no idea what was wrong. And so they basically told her to prep for a funeral.
Oh, wow.
And so those were the complications. I have a cousin who was I don't know if he was already a doctor, but he went to the hospital and he started suggesting, why don't we try this? Why don't we try, And I should have checked today, because I was my dad told me was telling my mom before she passed away. She kind of told me the story all over again, because another aspect about that story is that she had already picked a name for me. So she was going to name me Jordan. And because of everything that they were going through in their marriage, she started picking up the Bible. And so she saw Jordan, and so it stood out, and she was like, I'm gonna name my son Jordan. But they released her from the hospital. I was kept in the NICU, and being a Catholic hospital, the priest or the chaplain went around baptizing the babies that they thought were gonna die, me being one of them. So my parents weren't there, so the priest baptized me and I guess named me Juan, because I was born on St. John's Day, June 24th. And so so when my mom got to the hospital, realizing I was already named, left it alone.
She kept it.
She saw it as divine,
Oh,
the
okay.
Catholic priest
Yeah.
did it, And
I was going to say, was she like ticked? But no, she thought it was divine. Like, yeah.
Yeah, especially because I made it,
Right,
So
right,
I
okay.
didn't die.
Yeah.
Okay, so your mom, Miss Lupe, she was, when we moved here, she was going to the church here in UC, and sweetest
Oh,
lady,
yes,
man. She was so
yes.
nice. She was always smiling and always,
She liked the girls.
yeah, she was super nice. So so that's all we know of her, right? So was she religious back then? You said she started to get into her Bible. Was she Catholic or?
Yeah, it
what
was Catholic. It was so I don't know if she ever had like an encounter with God in those moments. I'm sure she had some type of a not a born again experience, but being going through being cheated on and all that. She just sought refuge in the Bible, and but she never spoke of having like an actual, born again experience or anything like that. It was just more of like, okay, this is a refuge. As soon as she, she stayed Catholic, I guess.
Okay.
Okay. And then when did she finally get saved?
So she got saved after my parents got divorced. She started going to, I guess she was just searching for answers. So she started going to different Bible studies through different people that she was meeting. And I'm not even sure from where she met these people. And so, because I remember going to a Bible study with her one time. And so I took, I went, we negotiated. I wanted to borrow her van. And so she was like, well, if you go to this Bible study with me, then, I'll let you borrow the van. And so me and my quote unquote homeboys went with her. And it was crazy because I remember we born and raised Catholic, never been exposed to the gospel. And this was the dullest Bible study. That was my first Bible study ever, in the dullest Bible study. and the most confusing Bible study and the most condemning Bible study, because I do remember one thing while I was sitting there. I remember thinking, because, I was a teen, I don't know how old I was, but I was already a teenager, immorality, drugs, and alcohol. That's why I wanted to borrow the van, right?
Yeah.
And I'm with my homeboys, and we're supposed to go to a party after that. And so, but I remember thinking to myself, like, the way this man has just described what it takes to get to heaven, I'm never going to make it there. Mm-hmm. And so right immediately after that, they had a baptism, because this guy's house had a pool in the backyard. And so my mom was like, mijo, get baptized. And she was like begging me. And I was like, I saw it as no big deal. I was like, what's a pool? Like, I don't mind jumping in a pool. And I told my homeboys, and my homeboys being, I remember my friend Ralph, TJ, my cousin Victor, and my homeboy Jason, who's passed away already. I think it was them 4 and me, so it was 5 of us. Now, the reason why I'm mentioning them, it's because I pretty much said, hey, like, who's down to jump into a pool? Mm-hmm. So my homeboy Ralph and Victor, they're like, we'll get in a pool. And I think my friend TJ also was like, hey, because I'm like, hey, we're going to use the van afterwards. We got a party to attend.
Yeah.
Jason was, he didn't agree. He was like, y'all shouldn't do that. And we're like, what do you mean? And he was like, nah, like, y'all are taking this too lightly. Like, they're asking y'all to get baptized. Do you not know what that means? I'm like, it's a pool. And they got a diving board. And so we ended up jumping in, getting baptized. He refused, and my end goal was like, well, I'm borrowing the van. And
you had one goal in mind. That was it. Yeah.
Yeah. And so we got baptized, jumped in the pool, which is true, right? What our pastors always say during a baptism: if you're not saved, you're going down a dry sinner, you're going to come out a wet sinner. Mm-hmm. And so we got baptized, we borrowed the van, then we're partying. And Jason, my friend Jason, he reminded all of us. He looked and he said, hey, look at what we're doing. And y'all just got baptized tonight. And we're like, it's no big deal. He was like, nah, y'all don't understand. It is a big deal. He goes, I didn't want to be a hypocrite.
For him, it touched him.
Well, after he actually got murdered.
That night or?
No, years later, once we're saved. So he actually got murdered. But it wasn't until I got saved that I understood how many of my homeboys knew the gospel. Oh, wow. And had understanding of the gospel. Because to me, I'm ignorant to this. To me, I'm like, it's just, I don't mind getting, I'm bargaining, and I don't mind.
You didn't see the importance. You're like, it's just water. I'm just going to have fun.
Yeah. I mean, by the time we're high and stuff, he's like, see, y'all wanted to get baptized. Like, y'all are being hypocrites. But we weren't being hypocrites. We were ignorant, did something in ignorance, and, and so, but anyways, the point of that is that, so she was going to different Bible studies, I guess, seeking out healing for the pain that she was going through.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. So this was when you were in your teens. So that's when your parents got divorced. So between your young childhood into your teens, then what does that home life look like? Did your parents have problems in their marriage throughout, or was it mainly just towards the end?
So they had problems throughout, probably ever since they got married. So my dad was, which, by the way, I'm going to be sending this link to my dad. I don't know if he'll listen to it or not. And we might have some arguments after that and corrections of what's true or what's not. But I'll say what I know is true is that he was a player. Okay. And so, and I'm not saying that he got married with those intentions, because he's a sinner himself. He doesn't understand how to, he's not trying to live for God. He's just simply
he's just living
being a
life.
man.
Yeah.
And so, and the reason why I know that is because I remember before my mom passed away, I started once I knew she was going to pass away, I wanted to ask her a lot of questions like, Mom, I remember this. Is this true? One of the things that I remember, and I have no idea how, I must have been like 2 years old. And I remember being in the room, and her and my dad were fighting. And so as they're fighting, one of them, I think my dad asked me, who do you want to go with, me or your mom? And so, and I remember when I was telling my mom, like, Mom, I remember this. Like, is it, I mean, am I just tripping or
Yeah,
like, is this true? Because I was like, I had to have been like 2 years old.
Oh, wow.
And so my mom started crying. She was like, no, like, yes. She goes, I can't believe you remember that. But we had many nights like that.
Oh,
And
wow.
so he was absent a lot. Another thing, I don't really remember this too much, but my brothers tell me, you know, so my dad would leave. He'd be gone for days. And because he was absent so much, and I'm probably about 2-3 years old, once my dad was getting ready to leave out the door, I would cling to his legs.
Oh, trying to, like,
And I would cry, and I'd be like, don't leave. And then, you know, and it was more of a joke to him. And my mom, I guess, like, hey, well, he's got to go to work or whatever. But
Yeah.
But looking back or thinking about it, it was just simply the knowing that he was leaving and we didn't know when he was when he'd come back.
Yeah, the long absence. It did something to you as a kid. Yeah.
So growing up then, you didn't have a good relationship with your dad or a close relationship?
Not a close relationship. Not a close relationship.
Was he ever abusive to your mom, or he was just kind of absent? Just
So, I mean, I can say, no, he wasn't abusive. The main thing is he was a provider. He was a hard worker. He's a hustler. He's good at what he does. Every job that he's had, he gets promoted, you know? And so, so he's always been a provider to a certain degree. And the reason why I say that is because there was a time when we were kids, we lived in the Glen. And even before that, we've always lived kind of in poverty areas while he made decent money. And so
why do you think that is? Was he hoarding money or what?
Well, I mean, he was, I think it stemmed from the self-centered life that he lived.
Okay.
I was going to use the word narcissist, which he would probably disagree, and that would probably be an argument. But his life was centered and it revolved around him, and he strived for perfection in business and in all that he did, you know, but it was like family was, you know,
kind of secondary.
Just there, secondary, third, you know.
Okay.
He had we lived in the Glen, and he drove a brand new Trans Am, you know, not convertible, but, you know, it was a nice car. And it didn't start making sense till I started getting older, that I was like, wait a minute. We always get all our clothes is from garage sales.
Yeah, this dude's driving around.
And I remember when my mom was doing laundry, I was like, whose chonas are those? Those are your dad's. I was like, dang, those are some fancy chonas.
So do you think it was all a facade of with whatever job he's doing, that he looks the part, but he wasn't living the part?
So not a facade, because there were certain jobs that he was like a general manager of stores. I remember one time we had this, he had this event with a coworker. It wasn't a coworker, but this guy was like a general manager. And they were just going to have like a family dinner. And so we went as a family. And I mean, I don't know, I was probably 7-8 years old. And so when we pulled up, my dad just kind of gave us a talk like, hey, guys, be on your best behavior. This guy's a general manager or whatever, and XYZ. And so we're like, oh, okay. But as we're pulling up, it's an apartment complex, but it's a fancy apartment complex. And me and my brothers are like in awe, like, wow, like this is a nice place. So come to find out, my dad was his manager.
Oh, okay.
But this guy made good money to where he lived in a good place. My dad made more money than him.
Yeah, and you're living in the Glen.
And no, at that point we didn't live in the Glen, but we lived somewhere ghetto.
Okay,
Yeah.
And so afterwards, like, wait a minute. So, like,
We could be
our
living
dad's
here.
his boss. Like,
Yeah.
So but I was so young, I didn't ask all the questions, you know, and so.
So when you started to pick up on that when you were older, did you have some resentment towards him? Like, look at this dude, like, you don't care about us.
Resentment, to say the least.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So a lot
No,
of
things
anger.
exploded.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Things
Oh, okay.
exploded.
So like physically, or what? Did you guys get into it when you were younger, or what do you mean it exploded?
Yeah, exploded in a sense of, physically rebellion. And it was kind of, I hate to say that I hated him, but in a sense, I was like, man, I can't believe, you've you put us through this.
Okay, so you started acting out, and obviously, if you're living in the ghetto, then you're hanging around the wrong crowds, and you're just at a moment where you just like I don't care. I'm just gonna do what I'm gonna do. I don't care about you're doing your own thing, so I'm gonna do my own thing.
Well, I'm sure too. Okay, just where you grew up too. I'm sure you're exposed to a lot more things too than maybe a nicer neighborhood or something like that. Would I be
sure,
correct
yeah.
in say that?
Absolutely. I mean, school, and then our where we lived, and there's a lot of stuff happening, and but at the same time, I don't know where this came from, but I did have a wild hair. I enjoyed. I don't want to say that I enjoyed, but for some reason, I always got in trouble. And so, being as young as 6 years old, like my first real fist fight where blood was drawn, I was 6 years old.
Oh my goodness.
And I just totally enjoyed it. And now that was kind of, I had older cousins, right? And they threw me and this other kid into a little room and locked the door and pretty much said, hey, y'all are going to fight. And so as soon as they shut the door, turned off the lights, I threw the first punch. And we started fighting. When they opened the door, there's blood because I popped them in the nose. And so they freaked out. But I remember that I was like, I was young. They flattered me because they're like, man, like.
You're a fighter.
Not only that, but I've always been small.
Oh, okay.
And so this kid was bigger.
Yeah.
And so they're making fun of him. And I think it did something to my ego.
Yeah.
And
Were
I was
you
like,
ever
I enjoy
picked on?
this.
Like,
No, so I was, but I wasn't. So in
Okay.
school, I always held my ground.
okay.
And so, I got into a lot of fights as a kid, probably because I'm small, but I never
Because you
held
enjoyed
back.
it too.
And yes, and on some of them I looked for,
Yeah.
a lot of them I looked from. I looked for the fights.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so, I got in trouble. I did things when I shouldn't. There was really no reason for me to do. And I guess there's a part of me that I hungered for the bad.
Why do you think that is?
I don't know. I know we all. Bible says we all have a sinful nature, and I don't. For some reason, maybe it also had to do, and I don't want to blame my brothers, but they're older than me. And of course, if there was something that needed to get done, or they'd be like, hey, Juan, would you do that? I'm like, I'll do it,
Okay.
And so I always took on the dares. Like if they dared me do something. And so whenever they're like, oh, he'll do it, it somehow appealed to me that they viewed me like, oh, he's willing to do it. And so maybe it has to do with the fact that, as men thrive on egos and our egos being flattered. And so being a young kid, I have no idea how, the psychological aspect of that. But looking back, every time I was doing something like that and my brothers were patting me on the back, I was like, okay, I like this.
Yeah. Yeah.
I like this.
It boosted your confidence and made you. Yeah.
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 And so did this continue through your teens?
Yeah. So
Yeah.
once, I'm sorry.
Oh, good.
Yeah. Once we started, being exposed to gangs and all that, I'm like, that's what I want. And
So how old were you? So you got into the gangs? Or you were just hanging around, you just never got jumped in?
Yeah, so we were a clique. We were a solid clique. And we were a solid clique in the Glen, me and my homeboys. And you have problems with other kids in the neighborhood. And we were under the banner of a known gang. And so we kind of just defaulted to that.
Okay.
and out of that came a lot of trouble. But you know, I mean, even now, right? Like, I'm drinking this Jocko Go, which is made by not made, but you know, a retired Navy SEAL made it and all that, and it appeals to me because I'm like, if I do things, I'm like, man, I'm all the way in,
Okay.
and
okay.
so
You're all or nothing.
yeah, which is good and bad sometimes.
Yes.
And that's
yeah,
why-
I get that. Yeah.
That's why you and Pastor Luis got along so well.
Right. I was just gonna say
Right?
that.
So you guys are the same.
Probably, yeah. And so when we started being exposed to gangs, I'm like, I'm
in.
all in, yeah.
Yeah.
And now we started building a good camaraderie around, you know, probably 6, 7, 8 of us, I don't know, and to the point where you call me in the middle of the night because you need backup, I'm there, no matter what, you know, kill or die. And so
Were your brothers the same as well, or were they on a different path?
yeah, they were on a different path.
Okay.
They were on a different path. My brother Ivan, he was just on an immoral path, you know. And then my oldest brother, he was into the alcohol, and they were both partying, but in their own ways.
Is there a big gap between you and your brothers, or?
So my oldest brother, he's 8 years older than me and 6 years older than my other brother. And my other brother and me, there's a 2-year gap, but culturally we're totally different.
Oh, okay.
I think a lot of it has to do, like, he knew how I was. And even before the gangs and all that, right? Like, we, you know, in the Glen, we were basketball fanatics. You know, our idol was Michael Jordan, and grew up in the 90s, early 90s. And, you know, we cut grass to go buy our Air Jordans. And, but, you know, so, I mean, there's a lot of black people in our neighborhood. So they'd always come by and I guess a little side note, we enjoyed it. It was cool because we always had, my brother's super athletic, my brother Ivan. And people tripped out on him because that boy could dunk a 10-foot rim.
Oh.
And so we'd make like basketball trophies and we'd have slam dunk contests in our driveway. We painted it. We did a 3-point line. But with that, everybody, you know, we'd always have guys that would come through our drive. So I always got into fights. And sometimes my brother had to step in and pull me out. My mom came outside and I'm there fighting. And so as we begin to get into the teenage years and I want to hang out with my older brother, he's only 2 years older than me. Mm-hmm. So his group of friends weren't into the gangs. But he was like, no, you're the little brother. You're not going to go with me. So I think what that did, what I don't think he realized is that I was like, well, then I'm going to go find my own friends. Mm-hmm. And which weren't like his friends. And so then, you know, we went a whole different route.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because he's the older brother who doesn't want his little brother hanging out with him.
You're cramping his style.
Yeah. And so, I mean, I was kind of wild, you know. Even as a young teenager, one time I took his car. We were already in high school, but I took his car from school and I skipped school, and I ended up getting chased by the cops.
Oh my goodness.
And so, yeah, and I'm talking about chase. Like, I saw them. I mean, I'm probably like this, so they drove by, and they like, what's this kid driving this car? And it was all to show my homeboy that I could drive. Like, yeah, bro, I know how to drive. Like, no, you know. So I went and got, you know, took my brother's car. We're skipping school, and then next
he was in the car with you.
My homeboy, not my brother.
No, but yeah, your friend was in the car with you. Oh my goodness.
He freaked out because once we started getting chased, he was like, dude, the cops. And so I didn't pull over. I was like, I'm not going to pull over. I'm going to get in trouble if I pull over. So what's the next best thing to do is just, you know, have the cop chase you.
Try to get away.
Yeah. So I remember he turned around, he's chasing me. I'm going in through streets, and I finally pulled up to just some random driveway, and I saw the cop car just drive by. So I was like, I did it. And then he drove back.
Oh, no.
And then he drove back again. And then he finally pulled over. And so then at that point, I'm like, should we get out and run? But I was like, well, I can't. This is my brother's car.
Yeah.
And so, anyways, I ended up getting busted. But what I'm saying
What
is
did they do?
Luckily, they didn't do nothing. They called my dad. So my dad went and picked me up. And
Just like a warning. It's like, don't do that again, or what?
yeah, my dad laid me out. And cops just turned and they're like, I guess they probably said, that's about right. That boy needs it. And so it was all to show my homeboy that I could drive, though.
Yeah.
But anyways, and my point is that my brother was like, you don't know when to stop, or you don't know when to, like, you have no control.
You're over the top.
Yeah. And I wouldn't even know it sometimes because, yeah, I mean, he'd be like, Juan, like, dude, you're mad dogging people. And I'm like, no, I'm not. He's like, yes, you are. Like, don't look at people like that. They're going to want to fight you. And then I'm like, well, if they want to fight me, well, let's fight then,
Let's fight.
know?
Yeah.
And so, but I looked up to my older brother, and I wanted to be with him. And I wanted to be like him. But he hung out with his friends, and so he kind of drew the line, and he was like, no. And then if my friends, and I guess in his mind, he was like, if we start doing something crazy, this guy's going to go take it up another notch, and I'd rather not.
Escalate it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so that's how I was like, okay, even though we're 2 years apart, I went my way with my homeboys.
So with you causing all kinds of trouble and getting in trouble with cops and stuff, what did your mom say? What did your mom think? Is she...
Well, they had all predicted that I'd probably end up in prison.
Yeah.
And they told that to you?
Kind of jokingly. I mean, I remember as a family, one time we're watching a movie and they're like, oh, that's going to be Juan. He's probably going to end up. Even though when I was very young, I had good grades. So at first the expectation was like, oh, he's the smartest. He has really good grades and all that. But once I started getting in trouble and all that, they're like, you need to change.
So was there other run-ins with the law and stuff that you got in trouble with?
Yeah, I don't know how old I was. I got arrested at the mall for stealing, and it was dumb. Really, everything's dumb when you start looking back. But so I had no idea that the day after Thanksgiving, Black Friday, is they have all the security in the world.
You went on the wrong day.
Yeah. Well, it was just happened to be the day I was at the mall, so I was like,
Yeah.
hey, And but that was the first time I guess I was taken to juvenile.
Oh, okay.
And so my dad, I don't know where I think my dad was out of town. And so yeah, I got arrested and they took me to juvenile. And I was partly scared, but once I was there, once you're there, like, okay, I can survive this, or I don't know. It's finally when my mom went and got me, I was kind of getting ready to, mentally, I was getting ready to see what am I going to say. I know they're going to be mad. So kind of prepping for the, to have a confrontation, which my mom actually disarmed me. When she got there. Now, let me rewind a little bit. So somehow, I don't know, sometime before that, I had bought a snake. And y'all know my mom. She's very nice. That's the side y'all know of her. So I never told my mom I bought a snake. So I got home from school, and she never greeted me at the door. But I remember, got dropped off the bus. I got off the bus. I'm walking towards the door, and the door just opens of its own. So I was like, oh, and then my mom opens the door. And so I was like, oh, she's greeted me at the door, And she goes, Juan, there's a snake in your room. I was like, oh, yeah, I bought a snake. And she slapped me. That's the only time in my life that my mom slapped me.
Because of a snake?
Because she was scared. She was like, there's a snake. She was freaked out.
Yeah.
And so anyways, in juvenile, I'm thinking she's going to be upset. And I guess I'm prepping to respond rebelliously. I don't remember if they were already separated. I mean, I know they were already going through stuff. But anyways, when she finally bails me out, or gets, I don't think they bailed me. I don't know. I don't remember how it worked. But once she got me out, she's just sobbing. She's just crying. And I'm waiting to be yelled at, and she's just crying. She's just shaking her head. She goes, "This is so embarrassing." She goes, "I've never been down to this place. I didn't even know how to get here.
Yeah.
Your aunts had to drive me around." She was like, "I'm disappointed." And so I was getting ready to, rebelliously be like, be very defensive. But when she said that, I was like, oh man, I felt so bad for her, because I knew my mom, and I knew that she had a hard time with directions. I always had the reason why I learned how to drive so young was because when she was being taught how to drive, I picked it up. And I was like, "Mom, I could drive." I saw, and she was like, "No, while she was learning, I was like, this is how you drive,
Yeah, you were learning along with her.
Yeah. I learned it. And so when she said, when she described to me how difficult and painful and humiliating, I was like, yeah, that's
just
my
made
mom.
you feel like crap.
Yeah. And so that was I guess the other run-in.
Did your other past actions and your rebellions, did that ever make you, did your mom's sorrow, did that ever affect you? Or was this one was the one that finally, it's like, wow, I hurt my mom?
So even though I knew I hurt her and I felt bad for her, it never dawned on me to
change,
to make her proud. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it was just like, man, I feel for her.
Yeah.
Just don't get caught next time.
Instead of just not doing it, just don't.
But you did get caught, right? So you want to talk about the your big arrest, right? Because that led up, or is that still far on?
Yeah, that was some years down the road.
Okay.
By that time, I was getting out of control. Out of control meaning, I don't know why, and maybe, I don't know, it might be part of a generational curse, because later on, not later on, but sometime I found out, right, my great grandfather was a very violent man, and so he was known because he'd shot some people, and he gave his son, which is my grandpa, he gave him a gun, and he told him, look, anything happens, you pull that gun out and you shoot. When you shoot, you aim for the head. You don't wound a person, you kill a person.
You shoot to kill.
And so, and I'll have to check the story with my dad, but I think my grandpa got into a fight. He tried to pull out the gun, I think, and he almost shot the guy in the leg or something. And so he got in trouble by his dad, and his dad got after him, was like, boy, I told you to aim for the head. Like, the heck, are you stupid? And so, and I think he would label his son, my grandpa, as a coward. You're not a real man. And now the reason why I'm saying that, it's because I must have been around 14 or so. We were playing basketball, and I had this hunger for I don't know, just for violence. So we're playing basketball. We started talking trash, right, with these other kids, other teenagers, and I remember that I was like, man, I don't know what they think, but I think I had already been a juvenile, and so I don't know if that kind of made me be like, if anything goes down, then so be it, or whatever. Anyways, I told my cousin, I said, hey, go get a kitchen knife, because these are talking a lot of trash. And so, and in my mind, I'm like, they don't know who they're messing with, which I'm nobody really. And so, anyway, she brought the kitchen knife. I put it behind me in my back, and so I don't remember all the details, but I do remember that in the midst of trash talking, I was like, okay, well, if you about it, then so I pulled out the knife. Kitchen knife, mind you. It's not a pocket knife.
Yeah.
And so, so we started getting into. We didn't necessarily get into it because they freaked out. They're like, he's got a knife, and so he took off running. And so I started chasing him, and so obviously they were probably talking trash because they were beating us. Outran me, and so anyways, I remember coming back, and I was so upset, but I was disappointed at myself because I was like, I didn't do it. I didn't catch him. And I actually remember going to bed that night regretting the fact that I couldn't catch up to him. And it wasn't until maybe years later that I was like, wait a minute, like my regret was not accomplishing. Like I should have regretted like
doing that. Yeah,
what the heck was I
him.
thinking?
Yeah. Yeah.
And
So that's that mentality of your great grandpa or whoever is saying, you know, like putting this thing to shoot him in the head and getting mad at
You failed.
his kid for failing to not shoot him in the head.
yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of that same mentality of, man.
And so in a sense, I guess maybe not really being fully aware, I was living my life with the hopes of having the opportunity to be in a situation where something went down and
kind of prove yourself.
Yeah. And so even though, you know, we'd been in the fights, us as homeboys, we would have like, quote unquote, what we called rumbles. And what that was, if we were inside of a house or in the back, you know, we just fought. We just fought, you know.
Yeah, just threw down.
Yeah. And to us, that was, you know, in a sense, we're preparing ourselves in case we ever, you know, we have to fight or whatever. But I enjoyed it. And so what led up to the arrest, so we were having problems with some other, quote unquote, another clique in the neighborhood. It wasn't really problems. I don't know why. I think I was just looking for an excuse to vent the quote unquote anger or this, whatever it was. Because I remember it's kind of embarrassing to say, but it's like we did a drive-by, and it was really just more to shoot the gun. Like it was just dumb because it wasn't at anybody in specific. Mm-hmm. And now I say that's dumb because, you know, well, and of course, right, when you're young, you don't think about anything, you know, who could possibly get hurt. Mm-hmm. And it's literally just like, I got to shoot a gun.
Yeah.
That's all it is, right? Just to somehow that makes me more of a man. And so
you see that a lot nowadays. People, especially recording themselves on social media.
Yes.
And they're just shooting guns off just because they think it's
like
fun.
up in the air or at houses or what?
Both.
Oh, man.
Because they just think it's fun and it's cool. And, hey, look at me on social media. So,
Well, that happened in my house last year. My house got shot up.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
So when I saw the way, I was like, you know what? It was somebody being, I mean, I wasn't too upset because I was like, something that I probably would have done, you know. I don't think they were necessarily aiming at anybody, but they shot my house.
Oh, wow.
And so, leading up to the arrest, I'm going by this neighborhood and I'm throwing like beer bottles through this window, at this house. And I'm just trying to get a reaction out of whoever's in there. And mind you, I mean, I'm by myself. Like I could have gotten killed. And so a few days later, we got a hold of some guns and somehow, came up with this lame plan of a drive-by. But because I'd been going to that specific house already the previous nights, causing trouble, they had already called the cops.
They were looking for you.
And so they were expecting somebody. I guess they were like, yeah, this guy's coming around, every so many nights around the same time or whatever. And so when we went, we're doing this quote-unquote drive-by. Well, there's undercover cops already parked across the street. Now, what I had known for years is that they were there for a drug bust. They weren't there for a drug bust. And I found this out later, just a few years ago. I don't know, maybe about 6-7 years ago, that I went and got the original police reports. Uh-huh. And on the police reports, it said that there was complaints about an individual who had been going by there the previous night. So they were there waiting, but it wasn't an undercover patrol car. So as we attempted this lame drive-by, they're there, and they jump out. I almost ran one of them over, and that's where the attempted capital murder charge came in. I had no idea it was a cop, and so I think that same night, or maybe the previous night, we had an encounter with those same people, but it was about like 30 of them. And it was only like 3 or 4 of us in the car. And so they try to block the car with two trucks and all, it was about 30 of them. Okay, 2 pickup trucks and a car. So they try to block us in. and they're running at us with like bats and metals. And so I remember thinking, well, I'll take out as many guys that I can take out. I'm just going to run over as many as I can.
So then when that happened with
So
the
when that
cops,
Yes, my instinct was like,
run them over.
a male in front of my car, adult age male, I'm going to run him over. And so that's where the charge came from.
So you hit him with your car, and he did he get any injuries or?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
Or I really don't know. But as we drove off, their first shot took out the tire, the rear driver tire. And I remember because I was like, whoa, like, I mean, I didn't know, I still don't know anything about guns. But I remember that, I know Luis is always like, he could have educated me a long time ago, but I've been delaying that. And
no more excuses. We got it on the podcast.
Well, yeah, we were going to schedule a class, a safety class, because I texted him a picture of a video of Alina shooting, and he was like, first thing he said, bro, y'all need a safety class, a safety lesson. And so, but yeah, their first shot took off the tire, and then their other shots were, they all hit my car. And so I was like, wow, they have good aim. But it wasn't until they started chasing us and the lights went on that I was like, oh, dang.
That's a cop.
It's the cops. It's not the other clique. It's not other people. It's the cops. And so, yeah.
So did you stop at that point and just?
No, we
Okay,
kept going. Yeah, we kept going too.
So it was a chase.
Yeah.
How did they get you? Just stop.
Well, they blocked us in.
Oh, okay.
And I think I was like, where can I drive to? Like, how can I get away? They took out one. I think they ended up taking out both rear tires. So I knew I wasn't going to get, and we're throwing guns out the window. Oh. And so I'm like, dang, like, this is not going too well, This
isn't going to end well.
Yeah.
So you say you and how many of your buddies?
2.
Okay, so there's 3 of you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. 2 of us were teenagers, and the other one was already an adult.
An adult. Oh, okay.
And so, yeah, by the time they blocked us in, all of a sudden, there was easily, I don't know, about 10 cop cars. And since the arrest took hours, literally hours, by the time it was daylight, there was like helicopters and all kinds of crazy stuff.
It took hours because they were chasing you because you were getting away, or
there because they had to. I don't know what all they had to do, but they had to like do check for gunpowder. I don't know if I think they did all that on the spot.
Oh, okay.
Because we were,
Did they pull you guys out of the cars, or did you guys try running?
No. So once they blocked us in, just kind of like the movies, they speaking through the megaphone, like get your hands out of the vehicle and come out of the car. And so one by one, so you just the way you see it in the movies, you came out, with your hands up, get on your knees, and then they came, grabbed me, threw me on the cop car, and handcuffed me.
So at that moment, what was going through your head?
Adrenaline rush. Yeah. I remember clearly. So right before that, when we're being chased and all the shots are being fired, everything kind of became slow motion, and it's kind of like, man, I can't believe I'm going through this. Mm-hmm. There was no like, what's gonna happen afterwards? I never thought, am I gonna die? I don't know. It was an adrenaline rush. It didn't scare me. It didn't freak me out. It was just, I was just hyped.
Mm-hmm. So when did reality set in? Like when you were at the police station and you're sitting there? You're like, oh, crap,
reality set in when I stood before the judge, and because I had no idea what I was being charged with.
Okay.
I was more thinking, I'm in the back of the cop car, and I'm thinking like, man, I wonder what, I wonder what am I going to tell my dad? What kind of, how do I frame this to them to where I'm kind of innocent? And then I was thinking, I wonder if I'm going to have to call into work tomorrow.
Oh my goodness. So no really sense of reality. Like,
I was naive. I was green.
Yeah.
I mean, and now I look back, I'm like, dang, I was just a young, dumb kid.
How old were you? Like 16, 17?
Yeah, I was 17. But I was working at Bill Miller's on Walsham Road. And yeah, that was my thought. I had just gotten off of work. So it wasn't like I wasn't drunk. I wasn't like high. I drank maybe a beer or two, maybe. But in other words, like I wasn't
You weren't
high out of
tripping
my
on-
mind.
yeah.
No, I wasn't completely sober, but I've done enough stuff and I've been drunk and high enough to, where I understood, like, man, I didn't even know what the heck I was doing. No, I was aware. I was fully aware. And so in my mind, I was thinking like, and I did ask, I think I was like, hey, are y'all almost done? Like, I go to work at 9 a.m. It was a dumb question. And so, but in my, and you know what, when my kids were little, I read them and we'd read a lot together. The Diary of the Wimpy Kid books.
Yes.
And I'm like, this is really how a lot of our mindset as kids is. Like, we think the world revolves around us.
Yes. Yes.
And now I do remember that I was questioning a lot of things. So whenever I'd preach and I'd share part of the stories, I have more understanding, right? But I remember being in the back of that cop car. It feels like an eternity. I do remember an officer walking by and pointing to me saying, he's lucky he's alive. I was aiming for his head.
Oh, wow.
And I remember I was like, what? Like, I didn't process it.
Yes.
I didn't process the fact that I could have died. Like, after I got later on when I got out of jail and I got the car, I remember looking at all the bullet holes and realizing the trajectory of the bullet that went straight to the driver's side, like
Steering console?
from the back of the trunk, but the bullet got lost in the trunk somehow. But it was the trajectory. It should have gotten me in the head, or at least somewhere in the
back,
my upper
or
body.
yeah.
And so when he walked by and said, he's lucky he's alive. I was aiming for his head. I probably would have been a hero nowadays with the with all the police shootings and all that. I've probably been a millionaire now.
Riots for Juan.
Yeah. So I was like, man, I should have waited a few more. That should have started back then. Huh? But yeah, my mindset was like.
So when the judge read you your charges and stuff, when the reality set in, then what did you think?
So that's when I was like, what? Like 60 to life? So that's when reality started hitting me. Like, this can't be.
So I don't know how the process goes. They tell you which. So you didn't even know your charges, like, the whole time you're going through trial?
No.
This was at the beginning.
No. So once I was taking. So first, when I guess reality was beginning, or when I started getting scared, is that so we get arrested, right? We get placed in different cop cars and they shift us around. And then I ended up in the cop car with, I don't remember if I was alone or I was with my homeboy, the other teenager. So we drove to the juvenile and I was like, okay, like, I remember this place. And so we dropped off my homeboy.
But not you.
Not me. And I'm handcuffed and I'm just like, why are we driving away? And I remember telling him, like, hey, aren't I, am I not getting off here or what? So tell me, no, you're going to the big house. So just him saying the big house, immediately I was like, your heart starts kind of pounding, like, what? And I was like, but I'm 17, like now I'm like, now I'm not I'm like, now I'm a kid. And so once they took me to the jail, and actually it wasn't the jail, it was the detox center. So this is when they arrest people, they take all, they just go and place you there, and you see a judge immediately, and he just lets you know what you're being charged with, what your bond is, if you want to bond out, you want to post a bail and all that. So that's when reality set in, because I'm shackled with like 20 other guys or men, and so I'm hearing everybody what they're being charged with, and it's all like, DWI, domestic violence. It was all petty stuff. Mm-hmm. And so maybe, some robberies, but once they got to me, that was the heaviest case, because they said, attempted capital murder, deadly action with a firearm, evading arrest, deadly conduct, and throughout all the possible sentences. And it basically boiled down to like 60 to life. And so that's when reality set in for me, that I was like, whoa. I mean, I wanted to be like, whoa, yo, time out. Like nah, I got to be at Bill Miller's tomorrow morning at 9, Like, what?
I'm already late.
Yeah. So, that freaked me out.
Oh, wow.
That scared me. And then the other reality of I'd gotten phone calls in the middle of the night from other homeboys or whatever, and I like I said earlier, I mean, I'd jump out of bed and I'd go hop in the car, go pick up another homeboy. We'd take some bats or whatever, and go defend, or fight or whatever. So now I'm in jail. I'm facing this, and I call a homeboy to do me a 3-way, and he's like, "Oh yeah, I heard y'all got arrested. Dang, that sucks." Like, but I got to go to McDonald's real quick. Call me later. And so him doing that and hanging up, it gave me another reality of like, I'm on my own.
Yeah, that these people,
like,
the people you thought were your homeboys aren't really there for you.
Yeah. And mind you, I still had a closeness with like my cousin Victor, William, who's now pastoring. Actually, at that time, I got to give William's podcast as well. Right at that time, William was actually locked up in juvenile in TYC.
Oh, okay.
And so, he was in TYC. But I still had a closeness, but I was like, okay, this gang stuff, I said I was willing to die for a color, but I'm not really sure if are they going to help me out? And then who do I end up calling? I had to end up calling my dad. And so, of course, he wasn't very happy. And he was, I think at that time, I wasn't living with neither him nor my mom. I was living with a couple of roommates and 2 of my brothers. So we were all just kind of rooming together. And so my brother was like, we heard all the cops, because this was just a few blocks away from my house. He goes, and one of the roommates said, "Man, I hope that's not Juan."
And then it was.
Yeah.
So what did your mom say? What did she think?
Right at that point, they actually had a meeting with me. I guess once everything began to filter through, and it was, it's not like, okay, this is not, you're not looking at 2 to 5, you're not looking at 10, but we're dealing with like a life sentence. That was probably the first time ever up until my mom died. That was the first time that my dad and my stepdad were in the same room.
Okay, so your mom remarried.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So my mom had already remarried by then. So what they did is they attempted to have one of those what do you call those?
Interventions?
Yes. They attempted to have an intervention. And so they, and I didn't even know they were going to do that on me. So my mom came in from out of town, from Oklahoma. And
so she wasn't even here anymore.
No, she wasn't here anymore.
Okay.
Which, so those were lonely years for me, because she wasn't here. I wasn't living with my dad. And, I think she moved right after I got her. I don't remember, but I think at this point she was living in Oklahoma. So she came down to visit, and mainly, so they had this intervention. And so, I walked in, and I'm like, whoa, like my dad and my stepdad in the same room, in the same place. And so they're like, hey, sit down. And so, and all my brothers and my mom, so they all kind of spoke. They all gave me like a little speech, and in a sense pulled an altar call. Like, so what do you say? Are you going to change? And I remember as I was listening, and of course, at this point, I don't know the gospel. None of us, except for my mom and my stepdad. And but I was thinking, as they were trying to get me to change or to agree to a change, I remember that I was thinking, okay, if I agree to this, I'm going to let everybody down, because I'm not going to change. Like, there's nothing inside of me that wants to change.
You knew.
I enjoy what I do. I'm not changing. I'm not planning on changing. And then I was like, well, what if I tell them I'm not going to change, and I try to change? And I'm thinking about this. Okay, if I tell them that I'm not going to change and I try to change, then I'm going to surprise them all. But yet if I try to change and I don't change, well, I don't lose anything, because I'm not promising to changing.
Yeah, you're trying to figure out which path would be best.
Mm-hmm. And so when they were all done talking, and my dad's kind of, quote unquote, pulling the altar call, okay, like the ball's on your, so what do you say? What's your response? And I remember that I looked at them all and I said, thank you for wanting to help me, but I'm not going to change. And so my mom started crying. All my brothers just looked at me, gave me the evil look, and shook their head like, how dare you,
Yeah.
And so they all came, and I don't know, one of them probably said, man, I could slap you right now. Like, you're so stupid. But I remember that I was like, well, no, y'all don't understand. You're asking me to commit to something that I know I'm not going to do.
Yeah.
But if I don't commit to it and I change, then it'll
be happy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I was like, but wait, but I still had the trial pending. So I was like, I still don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah.
So,
So what ended up happening with the trial?
well, so I was out on bail for the next 2 years, and those 2 years just became a downward spiral for my life because I now had nothing to lose. So, sometimes you hear people talk about being suicidal and trying to end their lives. I was never suicidal like that, but I was suicidal in a sense that I was like, I am willing to do whatever because I don't care if I die.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't live with my parents. I have no family. If I die, nobody's going to miss me.
It's not going to be that big of a deal.
It won't be a big deal. My mom lives in Oklahoma. They already live without me. All my brothers and my mom live in Oklahoma. So they're all building their lives. My dad has his own life. And so what it did to me is that I guess it created a danger for my life, because as we went out and did stuff, like this one time we're going to go knock down or go kick down a door or whatever at this apartment complex, and we're going to do something stupid, right? And it's probably about 15, 20 of us. And one of the guys that says, all right, it sounds crazy, but this is how it went down. Like, we're all like huddled and literally drawing on the dirt, like, the apartment's here.
Your battle plan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so he said, well, we'll need 2 guys, but to go knock on the door, but that's gonna be the most dangerous, because that's gonna be the frontline confrontation.
Yeah.
And so really, without hesitation, I said,
I'll
I'll
do it.
go. And so my cousin Victor was like, if Juan's going, then I'm going with him. Then me and him will go. Because we were kind of like, we're tight like that. Like, you're going down, we're both going to go down.
Yeah.
And my reasoning was very simple. My logic was like, okay, this homeboy over here, he's got a girl pregnant. You can't risk a lot. So I saw it as like, I have nothing to lose.
Yeah.
I'll go. And so that's how I was, for those 2 years, that's how I was living. And because I was like, well, it don't matter because I'm going to end up in prison anyways. I'm on my way to prison. So at this point, nothing matters.
Were you drinking more or doing more drugs at this time too?
That's what I was going to say. So,
Okay.
And now there was more drugs, more alcohol, and completely careless about life.
Okay, so you were living life basically thinking that you were going to go away to prison for 60 years or whatever they were throwing at you. So in your mind, you're like, well, what's the point of trying to live right? I'm going to end up in prison anyway, so I'm just going to live wild and reckless, and who cares what happens, right? So you're feeling lonely because, like you said, your mom's gone and everybody else. So this 2 years then, it really is it a miracle that you made it out of those 2 years?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, and this is crazy. I know, we understand that God has his hand upon us.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, you don't realize it till you look back and you're like, dang, like I could have died here. I could have, the XYZ could have happened. Like, I'm out on bail. We're cruising downtown. Me and my homeboys, we're cruising downtown. Now, mind you, I'm out on bail. We get pulled over for an illegal turn. And I actually have like there's a baggie underneath my seat with residue of coke. So when we get pulled over, every time, because I was out on bail, every time I got pulled over, they always got me out of the car. They always searched the car. And so they get me and all my homeboys out of the car. They start searching the car. And I already know what's underneath my car seat. I already know what's underneath my seat. So they pull out the baggie. There's residue of coke. And they're like, what's this? And so, of course, what should have happened is that I should have gotten arrested. Not only that, but at that point, my bond is suspended. I'm out on bail, but that gets suspended. I should have immediately got sent to jail. But somehow, literally, as the cop is talking to me and he's like pointing to the bag and they literally get a call. He answers, he's like, oh, you know, they speak the code to them of whatever's going down. And so he's like, okay, you know, we'll be right there. And he's like, get in your car and leave. I don't want to see you here tonight again. And I'm like, we're gone. And I remember thinking, yeah, I mean, I was going to say praise God, but I didn't say those words. But in my mind, I'm like, dang, like, that's, you know.
Lucky.
Yeah. Like, man, we had code. They could have just taken me to jail. And then at that point, you lose if I'm not mistaken, at that point, there's no more bailing out. And so another time, because I'm only 18. And me and my homeboy TJ were walking from my cousin Victor's house to my homeboy Jesse's house, which is only a few blocks. It's just like 2-3 blocks away.
Yeah.
And, you know, we're 18, but we're, you know, drinking, not doing necessarily nothing stupid. We're drinking. And so a cop pulls over, you know, sees us. They flash their lights. And so we start trying to speed walk to get away. And they flash their whole lights. And so as they flash their lights, I'm tossing my knife, I'm tossing the beer, and just trying to play it off. Immediately they you know, where you guys going? And you know, because cops work same neighborhoods for years, they become familiar with the people that live in their neighborhood.
They know you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so immediately they're like, hey, you're the guy that almost took out my compadre, man. Like, I know who you are. They start telling me that. And so immediately they gave us a citation. And the guy told me, he goes, I should take you in right now. It was, I can take you in. And he starts not threatening me. Now that I look back, I almost think that this guy was a Christian. Because when he was talking to me, there was like a tone in his voice of wanting to help. Mm-hmm. Kind of like saying, like, kid, what are you doing? You're throwing your life away. But I was too prideful. I was too prideful, too arrogant, too stubborn. So me and my friend TJ, we get a citation for underage drinking. And a few months later, or a couple of weeks later or whatever, he gets the court the date. Like, you got to be on court this date. And so I don't get nothing. And so I'm kind of scared because I'm like, why didn't I get anything? Like, damn, what's going to happen to me? And so I was like, should I go to court? So anyways, I went with him to court and I inquired about me. And so the cop that was talking to me never put in paperwork. He just, for whatever reason, just didn't, you know.
It didn't happen, yeah.
And so I remember that they gave my friend like probation and a fine and all that. And he was like, man, that's crazy. And you're out on bail. Like, that's not even fair, you know? And so I didn't think much of it then. But then when I started looking back, I was like, God had his hand upon me. Mm-hmm. God definitely had his hand upon me.
Do you know why it took 2 years? This whole...
So that's just a strategy from lawyers. So when the lawyer went to go see me in jail, he told me, look, money talks. And I know the judge's birthday. He likes golfing. And so I charge a lot. But he goes, and with your case, we don't guarantee. He goes, what I'm going to aim for would be like a 30-year sentence. But, you know, pretty much I'm going to try to push out the case. The older the case gets,
the more chances it has of
them it's no longer an urgency.
Yeah.
And so that's why, you know, the goal was to reset it every month. I'd go to court every month, but we'd reset it. And I'd go to court and then I'd have to check in downtown with it's like a PO, not necessarily a probation, but, you know, you have to check in and sometimes they drug test you or whatever. And, but you can't leave the county. They have certain restrictions on you.
How do they delay it? Like, what's the,
I have no idea. I mean, it's just something that lawyers can do. They can reset it for either they're not ready or they're. Because I remember right as I got saved, he told me, "Look, we now have to start prepping for trial." And so, it was a few. I was already saved when he told me we can't reset it anymore. Like, we've already used up all our.
Because if you had to go every month, I'm like, that's a lot of chances.
Every month or every 2 to 3. You know, sometimes we'd reset it for 2-3 months.
Oh, okay. It's like.
And so, but I mean, as naive as I was, I never inquired. I never really told him, hey, well, explain to me what this process is.
Just like, good. I'm good. I'm glad. Yeah. You must be doing good.
And all I knew was just a burden to see him because every time I saw him, I gave him money. So I was working like 3 jobs. I attempted to sell drugs, and I said attempted
I was
because
going to say, what? Why do you say attempted? It didn't go well.
I mean, yeah.
Did you use those drugs?
used
Okay,
them.
I was
Yeah, of
all
course.
like, what was this? Instead of selling, you used.
So we used, and I was high and drunk all the time. And so, and sometimes throughout those years, they were very lonely years because I didn't have like an actual family. All my family was in Oklahoma. I rarely saw my dad. So I'd sleep on benches sometimes. There's nights where I slept on benches. I
Because
stayed
you're
on an
homeless?
empty house. So I wasn't necessarily, sometimes I'll say that I was homeless. I wasn't necessarily homeless. I was staying with my cousin.
Okay.
But it was a bunch of people staying at his house. And sometimes when I was probably like, I'm just going to,
I just want to be alone.
not that I want to be alone, but I was like, I'm just going to sleep wherever I end up staying. And so sometimes I'd have my work shirt with me, and I'd be like, I slept, I don't know how many times, but I slept on a bench, on a via bench, the via bus. So I was like, that way I'll wake up and I just catch the via bus to my job.
So, okay. So at this point, you're feeling at your lowest. And so then this is your rock bottom. Is this when you're feeling that you need a change, you actually finally change, and you're seeking a higher power? Or how do you end up coming to Christ at this moment?
So I knew I needed a change. I knew I needed a change because I was like realizing that things were getting worse in my life. I didn't even consider myself an addict. But now I know if you drink and get high by yourself, there's something wrong. And so I'd get off of work, pull over, and just get drunk and high by myself. And jamming out to Tupac. And I'd got off like at 6, and I was working the graveyard shift. And so, but that was like my way of just, I was like, man, something's got to change in my life. And so, but at the same time though, I enjoyed what I did, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
It was like a rock bottom in a sense that I'm like, dang, well, I hate to go to prison for the rest of my life, but
I'm having fun.
I'm having fun. Yeah. And, had a little bit of quote unquote street cred, and so, with girls or whatever. And so in my mind, I was like, I'm getting everything I want. Like, I'm enjoying this. So now what ends up happening is that my homeboy Jesse gets saved, but none of us know about it. And so now I'm going to his house to go look for him. And I think William had just gotten. So Jesse would try to avoid hanging out with me and my cousin Victor, because he was like, man, every time y'all come around, he goes, something bad's gonna happen. William was getting out of TYC, and he was like, well, I know the last people I want to hang out with is Juan and Victor, because I don't want to go, I don't want to go going back. So my homeboy Jesse gets saved, right? But we don't know. All I know is that every time we go to Jesse's house, he's never there. He's never there. We don't know where he's at. So maybe around November of 2000, I'm with my homeboy Ralph. We're walking from Victor's house, my cousin Victor's house, to my homeboy Jesse's house. And so we got a blunt, and we get to his house. It's on a Wednesday, and he's not there. And then his twin sister comes out, Jessica, and so she tells us, well, you know what? Actually, he's been going to church. And so I remember like,
What?
Like church? Like, okay, I'm trying to process this. And she was like, now she didn't tell us, not that I can remember. I don't think she said he got saved, because that was,
Yeah, not the lingo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but she was like, he's going to church, and there's this guy that he's going to come pick him up because he takes him to church. And so she's telling us about this church. And so while she's talking, I pull the blunt, I'm trying to light it. And she's like, yeah, because God's real. And in my mind, I'm like, of course he's real. I'm not dumb. I know God's real.
Yeah.
And so I'm trying to light the blunt. And so as I'm trying to light it, It's not catching light. It's not lighting up. And she's like, that's probably God because he doesn't want you to smoke. So that's the first time that I ever felt conviction.
Oh, wow. It convicted you.
Holy Ghost conviction. Because as she said that, I remember that part of me froze like I didn't tell her, but in my mind I was like, really? Like, could it possibly be God? I mean, I know this isn't right. I didn't tell her. I mean, outside I'm like, whatever. But I remember that in my mind I was thinking like, maybe it is God. And so she was like, yeah, because, there's a real hell and sinners are going to go to hell. And people sin all the time. That lady over there, she's probably in some kind of sin going to hell. I remember looking over at, I was like, what? I'm not grasping this. Mm-hmm. And then my homeboy Ralph gets upset. He's like, what do you mean everybody's going to hell? You mean my 7-year-old nephew's going to hell? And he's like, heck no. And so now Ralph was, he wasn't the brightest. He wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed. And so to him, we called him he was a bigger guy,
Was he the muscle?
Not necessarily muscle, but he was solid. We've seen him drop guys with one punch.
Okay, yeah.
And so he was good to have around.
Yes.
So I see Ralph's reaction. I know Ralph real well. And I'm like, oh, Ralph's getting ready to hit Jessica. And I'm like, bro, calm down. I was like, I don't know much about what she's saying, but I can tell you your 7-year-old nephew is not going to hell. And so.
Because was Jessica going to church with Jesse?
So she had barely somewhat started going.
Oh, okay.
Because I remember when she was like, yeah, there's this guy who's going to pick him up, and it's Wednesday, he's going to go to, and so I'm like, what? So I'm just trying to process all this, like what? So a red neon pulls up. Red Dodge Neon pulls up. Out comes Jesse with a button-up shirt, dressed up.
For church
with he hasn't tied his tie, and I'm like me and Ralph are like, what?
This is real? What the heck?
And Jesse is probably, he's probably about 20 feet away from us. He just comes out and he's like, he doesn't even want to look at us. And so he's going straight to the car, to the passenger side. I'm like, Jesse. And so he finally kind of looks over and I'm like, you're going to church? And he's like, yeah. And so I tell him, well, pray for me. And he just shook his head so the reason why he didn't want to tell us that he was going to church because he knew that we were going to make fun of him.
Mm-hmm. Yes,
True.
Yeah.
True. However, when I said pray for me,
you meant it.
I meant it. And he shook his head like, he's thinking like, here it comes. They're going to start making fun of me.
Yeah.
And so, and Luis was actually picking him up. So I always give Luis a hard time. I tell him, bro, you had a chance to witness to me because Luis pulled up and he's picking up Jesse. And so, Jesse finally gets in the car. And so me and Ralph are just staring at them. Like, I'm just processing all of this.
Yeah.
And so he gets in the car and they take off. And so then I look back at Jessica and I'm like, so if this church is so great, like, why aren't you going? She's like, oh, I don't go on Wednesdays. Oh. And so I was like, okay. I mean, I don't know anything.
Yeah,
I'm just like, okay, whatever. Like, just trying to process it. So, this is November. My brother's getting married in December. And I get permission from the judge to go to Oklahoma for his wedding. So I go to, I go to Oklahoma and all I hear once I get to Oklahoma is Jesus. So my mom's just preaching to me Jesus. Now, the problem is that they were going to a whack church. I don't know how they I don't know how they found this church, but they were going to this whack church where it was made up of mainly females, and the pastor had the females there like 24/7, and his doctrine was more of like, if your husband's upset, it's because he needs to get saved because your priority is the church and your priority is the house of God. And so and
what did he have the women doing there 24/7?
That's a very good question. But the reason why I say it's whack, because it's kind of like, hey, I'm the pastor, I'm the man of God. If I need something, it has to be provided.
To me. Yeah.
And so I don't know if you guys have ever met my stepdad, but he's a retired Marine, fought in Vietnam, so he's a hardened man. And so he went up to my stepdad and he said, "Hey, brother, I'm going to need your truck to go to Dallas." And so that was the last time, that he spoke to my step, because my step's like, "You're crazy. You're out of your mind."
Yeah, I'm not giving you my car.
And my stepdad's not a quiet man. And so that's why I say whack, because that's abuse,
Yeah.
And so, but anyways, my mom is not witnessing to me. It's not like she's telling me, "Hey, like you need to become born again," or whatever. She's just like, Jesus, Jesus, Jesus. And my little brother's going to church too. My little brother Aldo, I remember one day that he was like, "Hey, bro, can I show you my favorite scripture?" And I'm like, "Sure, like, yeah, go for it, man." And so he actually showed me Revelation chapter 3, 19. Jesus saying, I stand at the door and I knock. If any man hears me, lets me in, I will come in and dine with him. And he was like, "Do you know what that means?" And I was like, "Nah, bro, but I'm glad that's your favorite scripture." And so I was like, "That's cool, man. I respect y'all for doing that." Mm-hmm. But I was actually super, super frustrated, because when my mom was like, "Look, Jesus," and I said, "Mom," and I told my mom, I said, "Mom, I'm tired of hearing Jesus." I said, "If I hear the word Jesus one more time," I said, "I'm leaving. Like I'm about to explode." And I had no idea how much hearing the word Jesus bothered me. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. I mean, little did I know it was making me manifest.
Yeah.
And so, I'm there in Oklahoma. I don't know anybody, but somehow I met some people, and might have been through my brother's job. And, I went and got high with them and all that, hooked up with some girl. And so in my mind, I'm like, man, like I can go anywhere and quote unquote be successful. Dumb, but like get whatever I need. So when they dropped me off back at my mom's house, I walked in and they were having a Bible study, like my stepdad and my brothers and my mom. And so I remember walking in, I'm like, "Oh man, you got to be kidding me. Like this is the last thing I want to be doing right now." And so my stepdad's like, hey, look at who's here. Juan's here. Hey, pull him a chair. And so I'm high and I sit down, and my brothers weren't saved because I hung out with they weren't saved. But I didn't even understand what salvation was or hypocrisy or anything like that.
Right,
I just knew
yeah.
that he's having a Bible study. I think my youngest brother was saved. And so yeah, he's like, "Hey, this Bible study or whatever." So I'm like, well, I'm high, so I'm just going to enjoy my high. I'll let them have their Bible study. And I remember just kind of sitting back. I was wearing a beanie, just kind of pulled it over my eyes. And so I'm like this. All of a sudden, as I'm just chilling like that and I'm high, now I know what I felt. I felt the Holy Ghost come down. And so God's presence came down so heavy that I freaked out. I was like, "What is this?" My brothers' heads were bowed, and this wasn't an altar call or anything.
Yeah.
Their heads were bowed, and it was almost as if they couldn't pick up their head. And my stepdad slammed the Bible shut. And so he's sitting here. I'm sitting over there. He slams the Bible shut, and he says, "God is speaking to me, and he wants me to tell you that he's not mad at you, and he wants to use you to reach your friends." And then just tears start coming out of his eyes. And I'm like, "What the?" So he's giving me a word.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
And I'm like, "What in the world?" I mean, my high left. Like, I mean, I was sober instantly.
Yeah.
I mean, I freaked out. And then I remember the words clearly. God's not mad at you. And he wants to use you to reach your friends. And so then he opens the Bible back up. He was like, "Wow." He goes, "Okay." He goes, "That was crazy." So anyways.
So he never experienced anything like that either.
I have no idea, but he didn't make anything more out of it.
Oh, okay.
I'm
yeah.
grateful. He didn't super spiritualize it.
Right. Yeah.
He didn't make it any, and he said that, and matter of fact, he never even approached me after that about that. Now what I did is, I'm freaking. I'm looking around at my brothers like, what just happened? Like, what is this? None of them looked at me. They all just kind of kept staring down, and I was like, "What in the world?" And so I was like, I told them, "Hey, well, I'm done." And so I got up, and they lived in a 2-bedroom house. So all 3 of my brothers were sharing a room. So I went to their room, And I remember I got on my knees. I took off my beanie. I took it off, and I was like, God, I remember exactly what I said, because it was a sinner's prayer. I'd never heard a sinner's prayer, but it was a sinner's prayer. This is what I said. I said, God, I'm not sure what you want, but I've done nothing but mess up my life for these past 18 years. I'm sorry. So that was, I was like, I'm sorry. Like, I don't know what else to do. I said, but you want my life, like this life? I'm facing a life sentence. If you want my life, you can have it. Let's see if you can do something better with it. That was exactly what I said. Mm-hmm. And kneeling down, I'm kneeling down praying this. I didn't say in Jesus' name, I don't think, but I prayed this to God.
Yeah, you're having this conversation.
And so I got up, and that was it. The next day or 2 days later, the next day I'm like throwing up black. And I'd never thrown up black before. Like, I'm just spitting out black. And I'm like, what the heck is going on? You know, I didn't know what was going on. This girl's supposed to pick me up. And I can't get out of bed. I'm like super dizzy. I've never before nor after have I ever been as dizzy as I was that I couldn't get up and walk. Mm-hmm. And so I had to cancel, which I hated. I was like, I canceled the quote unquote date or whatever.
Yeah.
And so my mom was like, well, maybe it's good that you don't go. And I was like, man. And my mom was already distancing, because I had already drawn a line. Like, if you say the word Jesus again, like, I'm leaving. I don't even know where I would have left to, you know?
Yeah.
I was just there visiting. But so I came back to San Antonio, and I came back, and my cousin Victor's throwing a party. And so all our gang is there. And it's a lot of us, right? And there's different tables in the front yard. There's beer, there's drugs. And so, and I remember I'm there at this party, and I'm looking around at everyone, and Jessica's words are kind of coming back to me. And I remember looking, and I'm like, so this is what sin is. Like, this is what sin is.
You finally had that revelation.
Yeah.
Yeah, your eyes were opened a little bit. Yeah.
I was like, so we live in sin.
Yeah.
Now, I'm drinking water. And so because I was drinking water, and that was not normal. I mean, I've drank water my whole life, but I'm saying I was
at
one
a
of
party
those,
that wasn't normal.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
And at a party, I mean, I remember that sometimes my cousin Victor was like, bro, like, why can't you just chill and drink? You always want to do something. And there was just this adrenaline, like, man, let's go. You know, at one time I was like, hey, let's just go slash tires around the neighborhood, you know? And so just wanted to do something.
Yes, yeah.
And so, but I'm there at this party, and I'm drinking water. So I have a homeboy come up to me, and he's like, hey, you know, he was Puerto Rican. He's like, hey, bye, like, is everything okay? I know you got a lot going on in your life or whatever. And he was like, and I get you, man. Matter of fact, we don't need the alcohol, man. If you want, we can go grab some coffee. I didn't drink coffee at that time. He was like, we can go drink some coffee and talk about life, man. But he wasn't part of my inner circle.
Okay.
And I was like, nah, I'm cool, bro. Like, I'm cool. I'm just, thinking.
Yeah.
And so my homeboy William came up to me, and he was like, what's wrong with you? Like, something's wrong with you. Like, did you want to fight somebody? You want to fight me? And I was like, nah, bro, get out of here, man. Like you don't understand. And I was just, so I had a vision that day. Like, right there, I'm having a vision.
Yeah.
And what I saw is, as I was looking at all my homeboys, all of a sudden I saw myself standing over a pit. And I saw them all inside of a pit, just like foggy. There's like fog coming out, and they're all in chains. And I was identifying, okay, so the sin is the chains. And I remember that I was like, I'm outside of the pit. And I don't think they see it, but I see it. Mm-hmm. And so I pulled my homeboy TJ aside, and I said, hey, TJ, I said, man, I don't know what's going on, but God's real. And then he starts telling me, yeah, I know God's real. He had been absent for a few months because he had gone to a Bible camp that none of us knew up until that day that I told him, man, you know God. And he goes, man, I know what you're talking about because, I actually went to a Bible camp. And he goes, but don't, I didn't want to tell y'all because y'all were going to, make fun of me. And I was just kind of like, but so this, so we're all going to hell? Like, hell's real? And he was like, yeah, man, hell's real or whatever. And so I was like, okay. So in my mind, I started seeing as like, well, we got to do something about it.
Yeah.
So then I go and I tell my cousin Victor, who I tell Victor, hey, bro, I'm going to try to find out what church Jesse is going to. And so, and William's standing there. While I had gone to Oklahoma, Victor had gone to Phoenix, and he'd taken William with him. A drunk guy witnessed to them.
In Phoenix.
A drunk guy witnessed to them. Now, my cousin Victor, unfortunately, he's not saved.
Was he going to the church?
Yeah.
He was friends with Leonard.
He was friends with Leonard.
Okay, so then I know. Okay, I didn't know you guys were cousins.
Yeah, so we're cousins.
Oh, okay.
Now, Victor always had a sense. One time we're hanging out downtown, and we'd go cruising downtown or whatever. And, and the goal was you go downtown and you go pick up girls or whatever, and whatever. And so we're downtown, and he's like, man, I don't have a good feeling about this. He was like, I think we need to leave. Now, we hung out so much that I had already learned to, if he didn't have a good feeling,
he was correct.
I trusted that.
Yeah.
And so we left that spot, and I had some other homeboys stayed behind, and somebody ended up doing a drive-by right where we were standing.
Oh, they could have gotten you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so I remember because we had talked about it. It was like, and I was like, hey, bro, remember? I was like, hey, I talked to other homeboy, and there was a drive-by. And he was like, where we were at? I was like, yeah, right where we were at. Now, before we left, we almost flipped the car over because I don't even know why, but all of us, there were some girls inside of a car, and all of a sudden somebody started pushing the car, just pushing the car, right? Like on the side of the car. And before you know it, there's like 20 or 30 of us.
So it's rocking the car.
Yes.
Yeah.
And, we just did dumb stuff. But anyway, so I told Victor, I was like, yeah, I talked to another homeboy, and he said that there was a shooting there. And he was like, bro, he goes, that's the same spot. I told you, I had a bad feeling, but I had a feeling about that. And so, okay, fast forward, we're at the party. I'm drinking water. And I told Victor, I said, hey, I'm going to find out what church Jesse is going to. And now I laugh about it, but those that know Victor, like, he's drinking a beer.
He's
pointing his finger to William. He goes, I told you, William. I told you, William. I told you. And I'm like, you told him what? He goes, William, didn't I tell you? He goes, I told you that once Juan came back from Oklahoma, something was going to change about him. Oh, wow. He goes, hold on. So he goes inside to his room, and he comes back with a letter. And he goes, read this. And so now my cousin Victor graduated. I didn't graduate, but I always made fun of him because he can't spell. I don't even know how he graduated. And so I open up the letter, and it's a letter to God. And he's basically saying, God, vaguely remember, but in a nutshell, it said, God, I don't know. God, guide me to your kingdom. Guide me to your kingdom. Only you can guide me to your kingdom. And so I read, and so he's like, so you're going to go to his church? So then it was like the whole party just stopped. And it was like, I got surrounded. So everybody's asking me questions. So are you going to change? Are you going to stop doing drugs? Are you going to? So some of them that I guess knew the gospel or had a better understanding were asking me deeper questions that I didn't understand. I was like, I was like, I don't know. I was like, no, I don't plan on changing. I apparently can't change. I've already tried that. I was like, all I said is I'm going to go check out the church.
Yeah.
And so, but Victor was like, I'm going to go with you. I'll go with you. And so,
that's crazy that God was working on your whole crew kind of separately.
Right. Yeah.
Jesse, and then you, and then Victor and Will in Arizona. It's like, that's pretty crazy.
Absolutely.
How did Jesse get into the church? Because Jesse was the one that you said was guilting you guys about jumping in the pool?
No, that was Jason.
Jason.
Okay.
That was
Jason. How did Jesse end up getting into the church?
That's a good question. I'm not sure. I know that him and his sister had gone as younger kids. They went through a haunted house.
Okay.
Oh, okay. No. Okay. I remember now. So Naomi witnessed to her coworker, and her coworker was Jesse's aunt.
Oh, okay.
Her coworker went to the church and got saved. And yeah, their kids were Jesse's cousins. but Jesse and Jessica had been to the church as younger kids through the haunted house.
So they kind of knew. They're like, oh, I know that building, or oh, I know
No,
that.
I don't know how much they knew,
Oh,
but I know
okay.
that that's how Jesse ended up going, which was through his cousin and his aunt. And so, yeah.
So then you ended up checking out. You, Victor, did Will go with you too the first time or no?
No, so what happened is that, so this was like December 30th. I remember clearly because next day was going to be December 31st. So December 30th, I'm drinking
2000?
water, 2000. Okay. I'm drinking water. And yeah, I'm drinking water, right? And everybody's asking me, yeah. So I was like, okay, so I'm gonna inquire from Jesse. So the next day, I'm like, well, today I'm gonna party because it's New Year's. And so we're partying. Typical drugs, weed, coke. And so after midnight, my cousin Victor has always been like how would you say it? I don't know. He's always like, oh, I'm going to call my homegirl this. I'm going to call my home and I'm going to wish them Happy New Year's, And so I was never like that. So he's like, I'm going to call my home. So, my immoral life, I was like, there's no such thing as having friends that are girls. Like, it was just more of like, bro, like they serve a purpose, which was wrong. But he's like, well, I'm going to call my homegirl, Jessica. And so he calls her. And I'm in my party in mind, I'm like, well, you don't call somebody unless like we can go there afterwards and whatever. And
Get
so,
something else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so he calls Jessica, and then I'm like, oh, hey, ask her if Jesse's there. And so he's like, hey, is Jesse there? Juan wants to talk to him. And so she's like, yeah, he just got home. Now I know. Now I understand this. He just got home from the Talent No Talent show. She didn't say that, but now looking back, I was like, oh, he had just gotten home from the Talent No Talent show.
Yeah.
That's funny.
So she's like, yeah, he just got home from being, because he's going to church.
Yeah.
And so now, mind you, so I'm drinking, but I'm not drunk out of my mind, but I guess they probably had seen me. And I was the kind of person that I had blackouts, and sometimes my cousin Victor was like, dude, like you did X, Y, Z. I was like, bro, I don't remember. And so, so when he puts Jesse on the phone, Jesse's very short, and I'm like, hey, what's up, Jesse? And he's like, hey. And I was like, hey, so where's your church at? And I remember him asking me, are you drunk? And I'm like, and the reason why I remember is because it bothered me.
Yes, yeah.
I was like, well, yeah, I'm drinking, bro, but I'm asking you about your church. So he was like, well, yeah, no, it's on Cross Creek. And I'm like, well, where's Cross Creek at? Well, it's off of Walsham, and it's right across from Walsham Elementary School or whatever. And I'm like, dude, we're literally partying a block away from Walsham Elementary School. So I was like, I could walk out into Walsham and I'd probably see your church. And so the next day was Sunday, matter of fact, because he told me, and the reason why I remember is because I told him, well, when's church? I didn't say service. I didn't understand service or anything like that.
Yeah.
Like, when's church? And he said, well, we have church tomorrow. So I was like, I don't no way I'm going to go tomorrow. And then he said, well, the next time will be a Wednesday at 7. And so I said, okay, I'm going to be there. And he was like, okay, like whatever. He took me super light. I mean, he didn't take me serious at all. And mind you, he had asked me, are you drinking? Are you drunk? And so so I knew he wasn't taking me serious.
Yeah.
And so I told Victor, I was like, yeah, I'm gonna go to church. He goes, let me know how it goes. I'll probably go check it out with you. And so Wednesday rolled around, and I'm with my homeboy Ralph, and by now it's been part of my plan. Like, I'm gonna go to this church.
Yeah.
And so part of the way that I lived was everywhere that I went, part of my mindset was like identify any females that would fit my criteria. You know what I mean? So that was kind of just part of my.
You were scoping the joint out.
Yeah. So when I'm telling my homeboy Ralph, like, yeah, like church and whatever, and we'll see if we can pick up any chicks or whatever. And at first he's cool with it. So service starts at 7, right? We got ready, and while we start driving over there, then he's like, man, like, do you really want to go to church? I was like, well, I already said I'm going to go. Like, we're going to go. He was like, nah, well, I don't think it's right. Like, we don't belong in church. Like, think about it, bro. Like, we don't belong in church. Like, how are these people going to look at us? So he started he started, I guess, speaking, like trying to reason with me, like, we don't belong there. We're not from there. And I'm
Trying to pull you out. Yeah.
And then I'm like, well, yeah, bro, but maybe some pretty chicks over there. And he was like, well, he goes, man, we can go pick up chicks any other place. Like, that's kind of wrong that we would go to a church and do that. I didn't see it that way. I was like, well, I was like, fair game anywhere. And so we get to the church. So let me say, we didn't get into this, but we didn't really get into this, but there's like incest in my family.
Ah, okay.
And so I saw no boundaries.
Okay.
With the exception of homosexuality,
Yeah.
But it was I mean, that's just that was my perspective.
Yes. Yeah.
And so anyways, we drive to the church, and he's like, well, I'm not getting out of the car. I'm gonna stay in the car. Like, we shouldn't. And so then we're arguing, and I've shared this before in messages or whatever, but we I finally told him, bro, well, using other words, but I said, do you not have the guts to get out of the get out of the car? And so, you afraid of a church or what? And he was like, I ain't afraid of no church. So he got out the car, slammed the door, and we walked towards the door of the church. And he's about to open it, and he says, "Nah, it wasn't my idea to come to church. You opened the door." And prideful me, I'm like, you don't tell me what to do, bro. Like, your hand was already by the door handle. You opened the door.
So you guys are fighting
And
outside the door.
Yeah, we're arguing right outside the door, and neither of us is opening the door.
You open it. No, you open it.
Yeah,
oh, that's
literally,
hilarious.
Yeah. And so this lady, and it's probably about 7:30 because I mean, yeah, we got there late. Still hasn't changed, but and so this lady pulls up to church. She gets out of her car, and she, I guess she's seen us, and she's like rushing to the door. Mm-hmm. And I opened the door for her, and I'll never forget this because we walked right in right after her, and Jesse's face freaked out because he didn't expect that we were gonna make it to church, and so he freaks out, and he's like, "You came?" I was like, "I told you I was gonna come." And so we sat in the back row. He sat in, me and Ralph sat in the back row, and Jesse sat alongside with us. And so, order of business, I'm scoping up the sanctuary and looking for any possibilities. And so, but in all honesty, like, as I am there for my own agenda, in all reality, I need Jesus. Like, yep. I know I need God. And I remember just the gospel getting a hold of my heart. And I'm like, as I'm scoping out the place or whatever, the preaching is taking place. And finally, I started like paying attention. I'm like, I've never heard anything like this before. And I mean, I remember thinking like, dang, like, I didn't use the word powerful, but I was like, I like this. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. And I'm even thinking like, why isn't this place packed? But then as pastor got to the altar call, once he got to the altar call, as far as like receiving Jesus and all that, I started feeling like this. I felt cornered. I mean, it's crazy how we hear people say like, man, you feel cornered, or you feel like nobody else is there but you. Mm-hmm. And I mean, now I understand why, because it's literally the Holy Ghost. Just, first of all, I look back now and I'm like, okay, us arguing outside of the door, I understand how much the devil was fighting to keep us outside of church.
Yes.
Like,
yeah.
there was this battle, so now I'm there, and now it's like, now I feel cornered when pastor is saying like, if you've never given your life to Jesus, lift your hand or whatever. And so now there is this challenge to my ego in a sense, and I feel cornered, and I'm like, I know I need to respond. Mm-hmm. And I have to lift my hand. Like, I need this. And so, and I don't know I don't know how much I battled, but I know there was this wrestling within me right at that altar call. Mm-hmm. And I finally shot my hand up. I remember lifting my hand. I remember lifting my left hand because I remember Ralph looking over when he felt the motion of my hand go up. And he's like, oh, smack, like, this dude's lifting his hand. Yeah. And so he looked, and then he lifted his hand. And so we went to the altar. Luis prayed with Ralph. Kashka prayed with me. And so, I didn't feel butterflies or anything, but I can tell you legitimately when we did the sinner's prayer, when I got up from the altar, the whole weight of the life sentence was removed, like just completely removed.
Yeah.
There was a freedom that I felt. And so, so we stayed there after service. They're ministering to us or whatever. And Jesse, I'm assuming that Jesse was like, and I'm like, man, I can't believe these guys came to church and actually.
He's all blown away.
Yeah, he's blown away. So me and Ralph leave. We get in the car. We leave. We go. And I remember this like clearly. We go through the drive-thru of McDonald's. And as we're at the drive-thru, I start telling the cashier.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I don't know what I said. But I know I said something about like, do you know you're going to hell? Like, did you know that?
You started witnessing.
And
right
so,
away.
without knowing, right, that I'm
Right,
witnessing.
yeah,
I don't know, but I'm just like, this is just this big
You're
revelation.
still processing. Yeah.
And so I'm like, do you know you're going to hell? And I'll never forget that Ralph's on the passenger side and he's like, amen. He said amen. And I was like, never heard that before, but And so, mind you, like I said, Ralph, he wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed, And so we all knew that. So we drove away from the McDonald's and he's like, man, he goes, it feels different. It feels good, right? And I said, yeah. He goes, it feels like we were dead and we're alive now. And I remember clearly because I was like, bro, that's a good way to put things.
Yeah.
I never thought, little did we know it's an actual scripture, it's biblical.
Right.
But the way that he worded, I was like, wow, like, dang, like, you are kind of smart. But I was like, wow. So what that led, now I know kind of what that led to. So little did we know, right? Now I look back, right? So so that was Wednesday, January 3rd. If things were working the way they work now, that means that was right at the end of the 3-day fast.
Oh,
fellowship fast.
Yeah.
So it was a talent show and the 3-day fast, January 3rd. That's when I went. That's when we got saved. And little did we know, right? Pastor had just gone full time and they're praying for revival. And so what I did, and nobody told me to do this, I had no idea. All I knew was like, okay, so we're all going to hell. Like, and like, so nobody knows they're going to hell.
We have to tell people.
So I told Ralph, like, hey, bro, like, call your family. So we had a family meeting at Ralph's house. And we're telling them that, that there's a real hell. And I don't know what all we said. And I remember telling William, hey, like, William, call up your family. Like, we need, and I remember that because William's sisters, William that'll be a good podcast. He has,
we want to get him on.
He has a crazy background and all that. But I remember that his sisters were like, what's so important that Juan's got to tell us? What's this big deal? And so once they were all surrounded, I was like, yeah, and I was doing like, quote unquote, I guess the preaching, and Ralph was like my backup saying amen. And so we were just, and I don't even know what I was saying. All I was saying was something about God and hell, And I remember that one of William's sister was like, oh, this is lame. This is lame. Like, I'm going back. And so, but out of that, Victor came to church. William came to church. Now, me and William's stories kind of contradict a little bit because he says that we tricked them into coming to church. So we probably did, but I wasn't, I was being very vocal about the gospel, but we probably did trick him though. So his birthday's in January. And so, we're just going, so anyways, it's I don't know what day in January, but I know his birthday's in January. And so we told him, hey, we'll do something for your birthday. And so we probably did. We probably told him that. I don't know. I don't remember all the details, but I know. Well, so here's what I remember, or here's what I know happened. That when we pulled up to his house, it's me, my cousin, my homeboy Ralph, and we have 3 females in the back seat. So William opens the door of his house. He sees my car, and he's like, man, they're going to take care of me on my birthday. And we're like, hurry up, bro. Yeah. And so, and this I do remember. And so once he came and he got in the car and he's like all happy and he's high, he's been smoking all day. And he's like, so where are we going? And I'm like, we're going to church. And Ralph's like, yeah, we're going to church. And he's like, no, like, really, where are we going? Like, we're going to church. He's like, nah, like, y'all joking. Better drop me back off. We're like, no, we're going to church. So we went to church. He answered altar call, and he got converted. He got converted. My mindset was that if I can get people to go down to that altar and say the prayer, then they're going to experience what I, and now reason why I thought that, and we started, filling up roles with homeboys and homegirls. I mean, we're just bringing everybody to church. And that's when I started realizing who knew the gospel. And even though they knew way more, I mean, I'm a raw new convert. I don't even know, I don't know nothing other than if I bring people to church, they're going to experience what I experienced. Because I remember telling this homeboy, the Puerto Rican homeboy, we brought him, and during altar call, I'm elbowing him.
Raise your hand, raise your hand.
Raise your hand, raise your hand. And he's like, nah, pa, like, I'm good, pa, I'm good. And so, he's super hesitant. He doesn't raise his hand. And we're having a revival with Dennis Wright. And so he's giving words left and right. Like this Puerto Rican guy, he gave him gave him a powerful word about how much of an influencer he was. And that's something that me and Victor had already realized. We would go cruising down Military, and we'd post up on a we'd got out the car and there was nobody there, and he was there with us. Before you know it, man, there's like 100 people there, and they had all stopped because of him.
Yeah.
So when he's getting this word that he has a lot of influence, me and Victor were like that's right on. Like we go to places and this dude draws people.
Yeah.
And so, years later, I found out that he actually grew up in church. He was a church kid. And so when I'm elbowing him to raise his hand, and I'm like, I don't understand. Like, why won't you raise your, that's all you have to do is raise your hand and go down. And it's going to magically change. And he was like, it doesn't work that way. I can't do that. So I don't think he answered altar call, but, I don't know, a grip load of us got saved, got converted.
And so was it a radical conversion for you then? Like
Me, absolutely.
You stopped drinking, you stopped smoking.
It took like a few weeks.
Okay.
But it wasn't like I was trying to quit. I mean, when I got saved, it wasn't like I said, okay, I'm saved, I'm going to stop XYZ. Nah, I was just living life.
Yeah.
But the change was like, I don't need to do it.
When you started realizing like that you didn't need it, or?
I guess as I was just getting involved and just.
Did you not know it was wrong? Like, were you like, because you didn't really have experience, you said, with church and God and stuff. So you're just living your life. It's all new to you, right? So
I guess my biggest worry and my biggest concern, and even at that point, even though the weight was lifted off of me, I knew my trial was coming up. And so, and I remember, and actually, I'm glad that, because Luis would follow up on us. Luis, Kashka, Roger, Pastor Roger would follow up on us, even though he was a kid. Nobody told us, like, you can't drink. I mean, I would wear a rosary. I would wear the Santa Muerte and a rosary all the time. Nobody told me not to wear it. I'm wearing earrings. I had a rat tail, but nobody said anything. And so somehow, though, the drugs and I don't know. I don't even remember when. I know that I started like limiting myself to, okay, well, I'm only going to smoke Black and Milds on the weekends. And so that was a step for me. But
you were locked in, though. You were locked into the going to church and bringing people to church and whatnot. So when you're bringing all your friends to church, did it ever click to you what your stepfather had told you? Like, did you remember that? And is that why you're
No.
It didn't even snap. You didn't snap that.
Not till years later. Not till I started like, okay, when did I get saved? So, like when I say I got saved, I normally mark it down as January 3rd, 2001, because that's when I went to church. But I think the reality is that I got converted that night and I didn't even know it.
Yeah.
Because I did get on my knees. I said a sinner's prayer.
In your own way, yeah.
Yeah. And so, and that's why it was kind of like, I guess the saying is true as far as everybody's conversion is like a fingerprint. It's unique in its own way.
Yeah.
And so revival broke out. I didn't know, right? but I'm glad I was birthed in revival. I mean, it was revival. We're visitors and conversions.
That's pretty awesome. So obviously we know Pastor William is pastoring in Dallas. You said Victor was going for a while because she knew Leonard or whatever, and so, but he's not saved anymore. Whatever happened with Jesse?
Well, that's a good question. I don't know if he's saved or not. I'm going to assume that he's saved. Okay. He left with a group of people.
Oh, okay.
Some time back.
Okay. I mean, that's pretty amazing though. It's pretty powerful that you guys are this group of, little hoodlums that God is kind of ministering to individually, and then you come together, have this revival moment, and things happen, whatever they did. But you and Pastor William were birthed out of that and had powerful ministries out of that. You know what I mean? That's pretty amazing. It's almost like I can see that being like a little movie. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, these street kids. You know what I mean? And just being pulled separately, and then kind of intertwining, and then boom, they end up into doing something great for God. Yeah, that's kind of crazy.
It was awesome. I mean, it was cool because at a certain point we even started a men's home, and we were all there together in the men's home. And I mean, it was like my discipleship days were awesome. I mean, there was an atmosphere of revival, and we're always outreaching, always witnessing, and seeing miracles. Praying for the sick. I mean, it was like legitimate revival of teenagers
That's awesome.
and young people.
Okay, so you're newly saved. You're on fire. So now you got this court date coming up. So did you always trust and believe God was going to move, or were you still a little hesitant that, oh man, I'm going to get locked up?
So I had no idea what was going to happen. I know that, I guess what I can say is that that's when I started learning the voice of God. Like my first, I guess I was going to say unfortunately, but not necessarily unfortunately. But my first encounter with the voice of God was a girl called me, and she was like, hey, my mom's not home. Like, you want to come over? And I don't know how long I'd been saved, maybe a couple of weeks, maybe a few weeks. But now I know this is wrong. Mm-hmm. And so I was like, nah, I can't go over. And she was like, well, I made up some lame, like, I don't have no gas. I can't make it. And so she calls me back like 5 minutes later. She's like, hey, I found a $5 bill. This was back when $5 would get you some decent gas, And so, I found a $5 bill. I was like, all right, I'll be there in 10 minutes. And so I jumped in the shower, got in the car. I'm driving, and I'm maybe about a block away from her house or so. And this voice came and said, where are you going? So that's when it was like, wait a minute, this isn't me. Mm-hmm. And so I immediately made up my mind. I was like, okay. Now, I didn't use the word witness, but I remember I was like, I'm going to let her know. Like, and I remember that, I got out, and she's outside, waiting outside the front door. And so I immediately just started preaching to her. And I was like, you know what? Like, I went to church. I gave my life to Jesus. It's kind of like, well, what does that have to do with anything? Like,
right, yeah.
Like, kind of like, hurry up. My mom's not home. She's going to come back soon. And I was like, well, and I was like, nah, I'm not going to do anything. And so I remember that she was like, so you turned gay? And of course, that's offensive nowadays, right?
Right, yeah.
But when she was like, it was offensive. It's
a
compliment now,
yeah.
Right? So she was like, you turned gay? And I was like, nah. And now I hadn't thought about all this yet. But she was like, so if you're not gay, then, so what are you going to do then? And I was like, well, I don't know. She goes, so are you like going to wait till you get married? And then I was like, maybe.
Like you hadn't thought about it.
I was like, I hadn't, it's not like I'm planning out what to do or what not to do. And so I was like, maybe. And I remember that she was like, well, we'll see about that. What if I sneak into your house and this and this and that? And so, her telling me that, like, what if I sneak into your house and so you get home one day from work and I'm going to be there? And so I remember that I was like, you know what? Like, I am going to wait till I get married. Now that you say that, I am going to wait. And so I remember that her challenge or her define what I was saying challenged my ego, and I was like, you know what? Yeah. And so I remember that I was like, and I'm going home, and she ended up coming to church. She came to church. I mean, man, we're bringing in a lot of people to church. Mm-hmm. And so, I even Luis has a funny story about following up on me as a brand new convert. And so, but yeah, I guess the stance I began to make as I was facing and dealing with things. Anyway, so what I was saying is that was the first time that I was like, that God spoke to me, like, where are you going? What are you doing? And so, like, you don't belong here. Mm-hmm. Actually, he didn't say you don't belong here, but it was like, where are you going? Why are you going?
And there's conviction behind it. Yeah.
Yeah. And so that was the first time that I was like, okay, something else spoke to me other than me. Mm-hmm. And then the next time was, I can't remember what came first. It had to have been, so pastor pulled a call for people who were called to preach. And I'm still a young convert. I'm still wearing earrings. And I went to the front. And as my pastor is laying hands on people, I clearly felt God speak to me. If you want me to use you, remove your earrings. And so, which is unique. I'm going to church. It must have been a couple of months now. Mm-hmm. And nobody's told me anything about my earrings. And so I remember that as pastors praying for people, I took them off. And as I'm taking them off, you know how even now, right? We're conversating with ourselves.
Like,
we're thinking something so as I'm taking them off, I'm like, what do I do? I was like, well, I'll just put them in my back pocket because maybe this is just a feeling and I'm going to put them back on tomorrow. Mm-hmm. And as I finished thinking that, God says, no, you need to get rid of them and not put them back on. So I was like, oh, it's not me. Mm-hmm. Like, this is God. Mm-hmm. So then when my lawyer called me and he said, hey, you need to prep for trial. And because your trial is going to be coming up. And I remember him saying, and we need to prep good because all the odds are stacked against you. I remember those were his words. All the odds are stacked against you. So that's when I pray. I said, God, what do you want me to do? And it was like clear. Fast 7 days and turn yourself in. Good thing that I didn't know much because I was like, okay, cool. Fast 7 days and turn myself in.
Yeah.
And so I fasted. William was with me. And on the second day, we're working out. And, William's just there with me. Yeah. And so I called my lawyer and I told him what I was doing. And he was like, what? Like, you're an idiot, He didn't say you're an idiot, but that's kind of what he insinuated. Because I remember that I was tone like, yeah. And so I remember that he even hung up and I was like, I didn't understand everything he said. So, and then he called me back. He was like, you know what? The least that I could do is, he goes, oh, by the way, you're not getting a refund. The least that I could do, I guess, I paid him over $20,000. The least that I could do is go with you. And so my mom comes down from Oklahoma for my court day. We're in court. I'm there all day. And so what happened is that he came and he said, hey, look, they're willing to drop this charge, but they're going to charge you with this. This carries this many years. But let me see what I can do. So he went back and forth. I have no idea how many times he went back and forth, but it was getting tiring. It was getting exhausting because it was good news, bad news, good news, bad news, good. I was just kind of back
this
and
roller
forth.
Coaster.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, at some point he was like, you know what? They're bringing back up the attempted capital murder charge and this and that. They'll dismiss everything else. And so then at some point he comes back and he says, I don't know how this happened. They're dropping everything except for the evading arrest, which evading arrest is a misdemeanor. And he said, take it. That's a 1 to 5, like take it. And I said, oh, we'll take it.
Take it, yeah.
And this wasn't trial, so and he was like, make sure you tell. Oh, and my dad had already told me, like, I can't believe you're doing this. You pay your lawyer, like, you're dumb for doing what you did, but there's options because we had considered me going to Mexico, just to avoid. But I remember thinking, like, man, like, I don't want to be a fugitive for the rest of my life. You know?
Yeah.
And so my dad was like, nah, like, you turning yourself in, like, the Lord, like, that's the dumbest thing. But I was like, at that point, I had already had a lot of arguments with my dad about religion.
Yes.
And so in his mind, I'm in a cult. And in his mind, pastor convinced me to do what I'm doing, which pastor had nothing to do with it.
Yeah.
And so yeah, I get sentenced to a year. And the judge, the lawyer was like, tell him about the Lord. Tell him that you gave your life to the Lord. So I had kind of already made up my mind that I wasn't going to say anything about God. Because, you go to jail and everybody meets God. And everybody uses God. And so I had already seen that in jail. So I was like,
confessions.
yeah. So I was like, nah, I'm not even gonna bring up God. And so, yeah, I get sentenced. And then the DA or the prosecutor gives the sentencing to the judge. The judge is going to sign off on that year or whatever the sentence was. And the judge looks at me and he says, I don't know why, but I'm going to cut your sentence in half. Just for no reason. I mean, just signed it off. And he was like, do you have any requests? And I was like, well, my mom came in from out of town to see me. I was like, can I turn myself in like tomorrow instead of today? And he was like, how about a week and a half? I was like, okay.
I'll take it.
Yeah, I was like, okay. I didn't understand, but I knew.
Yeah.
And I do remember this. So we walk out of the courtroom, and I remember God speaking to me, son, this is what grace is. Like, this is what grace and mercy is. And I was like, wow, this is. I didn't understand the power of that miracle then.
Right.
I was just kind of like, cool, like, all right,
Yeah.
I was happy, but I didn't understand.
Yeah.
So you ended up serving 6 months or what?
Under 6 months.
Okay.
Because I ended up working in the kitchen. You do one day and it counts as 3 days.
Yeah. 3 days.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
And so, which Luis and William came and visited me.
Oh, really?
William started crying behind the glass.
Started crying.
Did he put his hand on the glass?
Luis put his hand on the glass. And so we laugh about it now because we're like, dude, that's freaking gay, man. But so we're talking or whatever, and Luis was like, hey, bro, like, well, hang in there. And I'm witnessing to people. I'm like,
Okay.
My cellmates converted and got filled with the Holy Ghost.
That's crazy because before Christ, you had the mentality of I'll just go into prison and I'll fight it out and be the same rough dude that I need to be. And now you've been radically changed. You're actually serving time, and now instead of fighting, you're witnessing to people and praying with people
and negotiating too. Like, they had the Mexican mafia table and what I call the miscellaneous table, right? Like where all the other street gangs sat. That's where I sat. And then you had the blacks in another table and the whites. But on the days where I would fast, or what I started doing, right? Because I didn't, it's not like I had a plan, but I remember that I was like, okay, well, there was a homeless guy in jail, and they would take his food all the time. The Mexican mafia guys would take his food. And so I saw that, and I knew I was going to be fasting. And so I went and I told him, I said, hey, I told the guy there from the table, like, hey, I'm not going to fast. I'm going to fast. And what that means is that I'm not going to eat. And he actually knew what a fast was. And so I told him, I'm not going to eat. So I'll make a deal with you. I'll let you guys have my food, but you guys have to hear me talk while y'all eat. And he was like, heck no, like, you don't set the rules here. I was like, all right, then I'll just go to the other table. And so I went to the miscellaneous table, and, they took my food, and I, quote unquote, preached to them while they ate. And so then the next day, the Mexican mafia guy, he was like, hey, we'll take your food this time, And so, I didn't know how it was going to go down. I don't know if they're going to try to. So he grabs my tray, he slams it down, and he says, hey, everybody, shut up, listen to him.
Oh,
And
wow.
so
Everybody
like,
got quiet.
Wow. Yeah. And so I was like, oh, yeah, pretty cool, So on the days that I would fast, that's what I would do.
And they knew that.
Mm-hmm.
So then you would do this
So
quite often.
So what he told me was like, hey, next time you fast, give us don't go to that table. Like you keep coming here, and I'll make sure that they all hear you out. And then what he privately told me is that he was like, hey man, I know everything. So he'd been in and out of prison, the guy. So he was a veteran. And so, but he told me, look, he goes, I know all about Jesus. Like my family is Jehovah's Witness or whatever. And that's when I was learning. I was like, I think that's a cult, man, And so he was open. He didn't shut me down. I was, respectful because I understood like, this dude's authority, you get beat up,
Yeah.
And so, but I respectfully, and the little bit that I knew, I was just, hey, that's not right.
Yeah.
So you're preaching to the the inmates.
Yeah.
That's funny. So okay, so then
So let me say this. So when Luis visited me, Luis like, yeah, just hang in there, bro. And so then before he leaves, he put his he put his hand on the glass, and he's like, bro, we're praying for you, bro. And so then I put my
and you made a connection.
So actually, we were just talking about that not that long ago. He was like, bro, I can't believe we did. I was like, we should have at least, fist bump it or something instead of doing that. But, so I don't know.
That's funny.
So yeah.
You guys touched and then a teardrop dropped from your eye.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
Okay, so then, so you get out, you only serve a few months or whatever it is. So you get out, you're on fire. So you're living for God. I kind of want to just go through, before we get to the storms of life, kind of go through, because at this time you're what, 20, 21, somewhere around there?
Yeah, 19, 20.
Okay. So you're pretty young. So, I mean, we have a big chunk of life now in the church, serving God, living for God. So before all the storms of life come, you're discipling, and then you get sent out to New Braunfels, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so how was that being a pastor for the first time?
So it was the biggest challenge of my life, because we took over. It was crazy the way we took over, because pretty much I remember praying one morning. And so what happened is that I had a back surgery, and but it's we can talk about that some other time. But long story short is that I was I was home praying, and I just got mixed up on the time frame. Maybe that's irrelevant. Anyways, I had already preached a revival for Luis as a door director.
Mm-hmm.
So
And so
real quick, because I think we kind of jumped ahead a little bit. So before this time, you got married.
Yeah.
So did you meet your wife in church?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you met your wife, you got married. Did you have kids yet?
Yeah.
Okay, just to set the stage, because we kind of skipped over that part.
So yeah, I mean, part of the discipleship, of course, is like doing as much as we can for God and all that. I got married. We preached because me and Luis were the first ones to start like the healing crusades.
Okay.
And so, which actually have the original flyer of the second healing crusade, because the first healing crusade, me and him did. The second one that we did it, me, him, and William and Victor, and we did it in my front yard.
Oh, nice.
And it was after that healing crusade, right after that healing crusade, when Carla told me, she was like, I'm pregnant, and that's when she was pregnant with Elias. So then Luis gets sent out. I become the door director. I somehow, I guess I'm glad Pastor approved it, but I don't know how. I preached a revival for Luis while being the door director, with no experience other than the prison ministries, where I was preaching there regularly. So now the reason why I'm saying that is because one day when I was praying, all the people from New Braunfels kept coming to mind. And so, and I remember like, man, maybe I'm gonna ask Todd if I can preach, or maybe God wants me to preach a revival in New Braunfels. That's what I thought. Mm-hmm. And so, I actually went and, so I didn't know that he was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis, and I didn't know everything that's happening. And actually, the pastor told me, hey, can you go preach? I need you to go cover a service in New Braunfels. So I go cover just a regular service, and God just gives me a word for him, and I just have this clear vision, and I give him a word, and then after I said the word, I was like, man, I gave him the word, and then I'm like, actually, I'm sorry. I was like, I don't even know what the heck I'm saying, because it sounds like I'm telling you that you're gonna be leaving. I was like, I'm sorry. I was like, I don't know what I'm doing, And then, but I saw his reaction. He looked at his wife, and they were just like freaked out. And so, but I don't know what's going on in the background.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
And so, then I felt dumb. I was like, man, what did I do? Like, I don't even know what I'm
Was
doing.
this the first word you had ever given?
I have no idea. I don't remember.
You don't remember?
Know.
Okay.
I don't know. But I did know that it was clear in my mind. I gave a few words, and I knew that it was clear in my mind. Like all the words, they were clear in my mind. But when I was like, what? I was like, what am I doing? Like, what am I saying? These people are going to freak out because everything that I'm saying sounds like they're going to be leaving.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so I apologized. And then after, we went out to eat, and he was like, so when, like, what did you see when you were telling us? Like, bro, I'm sorry. Like, I don't know. He was like, no, it just kind of made, like, has pastor talked to you? And I was like, nah, And so I was like, okay. And him and his wife just kind of kept looking at each other like,
yeah.
Like,
Like,
what
how
does
does this guy know?
What does
Yeah.
he know, And so anyways, then on a Wednesday evening, we get to the church. Carla's in the song service or whatever. But pastor pulls, I think, pastor pulls us into the office. And he's there's an emergency, there's a need. Would you guys be willing to go to New Braunfels? And I was like, well, we'll pray about it, And now, well, you guys know Pastor Ben.
Yes.
And he's very, he likes to think out all his steps.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So me saying, well, we're going to pray about it, that was right. Like, we need to pray about it. And so I didn't expect what I heard next from him. And I don't know what his version would be, or if he even remembers, because it might have been more of a significant moment for me than for him.
Right, right, yeah.
Because he's under the pressure of everything that's going on.
Yeah.
And he says, he said something along the lines of like, well, you got like 5 minutes to pray about it because y'all be announcing y'all tonight, and you'll be in New Braunfels by next week. And I was like, what? Like, what? So I looked over at Carla, and I was like, and she just kind of like nodded her head. Now, before that, I had been telling her at every conference, my mindset was like, you got to be ready.
Yeah.
So she hated it because she was like, dude, like, it's a roller coaster. Like, don't do that to me.
Yeah.
Because like, you always tell me that we might go, And so, she, in a sense, she understood that I had told her, look, we just got to be ready if we ever have to fill a need.
Yeah.
And so I told Pastor, okay. I was like, well, then I guess we have to answer you right now. Then yeah, we'll go. We'll answer to that need. And so, yeah, actually that Sunday, that was on a Wednesday. That Sunday, after the morning service, we went home, and I was telling Carla, I was like, I think I'm supposed to preach tonight. Like, I think I'm supposed to have a farewell. And she was like, whatever, like, you just want to preach. That's, I was like, no, like, I'm serious. I think people, and she was like, no, it's, just your ego and your pride and all this. And so I was like, well, I'm going to start working on something. Because I was like,
just in case. To preach. Yeah.
So I started working on something. And then Pastor calls me. He's like, hey, he goes, I forgot to tell you, but do you think you might have something ready for tonight? Because we're going to do your farewell tonight. And so I was like, yeah. I told you. And I don't know if Pastor even remembers that, but it was just like
quick.
It was super quick. So I preached my farewell. And then the next week, we're there in New Braunfels. The pastor, the couple that we were taking over from, they were like extremely talented, musically talented in every kind of way, shape, or form that you can think of. They were absolutely talented and educated, not us. And so, well, Carla was talented. She's musically talented. But I remember that after the very first service, number one, if I remember correct, I do remember correctly, because even though we weren't talented, I'm listening to his sermon, and he's talking about, you guys just missed a golden opportunity because now we're leaving.
To his people.
And I remember, because I was like, okay. And then he
how do I take that?
Correct. So then he ended it, was like, well, now you have another opportunity. Now you have another quote unquote golden opportunity. I was like, oh, I think that's going to be processed pretty well, I mean, I'm not musically talented, but, I did study. I did put messages together. By that point, I'd already been preaching the prisons for 4 years. So I'm like, okay, I mean, I am understanding the message. And so my sermon was just more about like, hey, Jesus was crucified. His disciples were freaked out and sad, but he resurrected. And they didn't recognize the resurrected Jesus, but they recognized the Spirit. And while me and him are different, you're going to recognize the same Spirit. And so, but after service, a guy came up to me, now we're both standing there together, shaking people's hands. And so he comes up, and everybody's hugging him and crying and all that, which is understandable. I was like, cool. And so so the couple comes, they shake his hand, they cry. And then he looks at me and he says, so can you sing like him? And I'm like, no, didn't you just hear me, bro? Like, and he's like, yeah, I thought so. Well, just to let you know, you won't be seeing us back at this church again. And turned around and walked away. And so I remember that I looked and I'm like, this guy's joking. And I was like, oh, smack, he's not joking. So that was like the welcoming to some rough years of ministry.
Yeah.
And so, and then of course we heard constantly would hear like, oh, well. You
were always being compared to them?
Always being compared,
yeah.
And so there was a lot of pressure, but we stepped up, and so we.
How long were you there for?
9 years.
9 years. Oh, of those 9 years, you said there were some years of struggle. So those first years were struggle, and then did it get good?
So we had actually like me and Carla were talking one day, and we had a few seasons of like legitimate revival. There was a church split that it was hard to recover from, and that church split pretty much impacted. It came from the mother church, or not from the mother church. Kind of complicated. I don't know if this podcast would be the appropriate place to maybe lay it all out, but let's just say that it was hard to recover from that church split. And so, and it greatly affected, we had some people in the church that as part of that split, they made it their aim to literally go and follow up on people, on new converts, and just basically badmouth us in our church.
Yeah.
And so, but they had ties to the previous pastor that was now in the mother church. And so somehow it was like a church split that affected both the mother church and the church in New Braunfels.
Yes.
And it was, let me put it this way, it was to the point where I remember knocking on doors, during an outreach. And so somebody answering the door, somebody else knocked on the door, and I'm walking by, right? And they're like, yeah, invite you to, like, oh, yeah, I heard that the pastor is XYZ. And so I'm like, wait a minute, lady, you ain't never been to my church. Like, you don't even know me. Like, how are you, like, and so it was a small town. Mm-hmm. So it wasn't very hard or difficult, for them to give us a bad name. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. And so it wasn't like years later I ran into former new converts that had been new converts, gotten saved and converted in our church, that finally told me, oh, well, one of the reasons why we left is because so-and-so had told us this. And just to ask you, is this true? Is this true? And it was all like... it was, well, number one, painful, right? Because you're being betrayed.
Right.
But it was like, man, I can't believe they did that and said that, but it was too late for these people to recover, or too much for them to, for these new converts to recover.
Yeah. How do you think that it I mean, I know it like obviously probably hurt you guys or whatever, but did you ever second guess like, why did we even do this?
So one of the things that even at this point that I am, and I'm going to say learning, because I think you never stop learning, right?
Yes.
And I don't want to arrogantly say like, I know what's up, I know everything. But I don't like to go back. I mean, I don't like to be like, I shouldn't have done this.
Right. Yeah.
Because I'm like, God spoke to me. I remember the word I gave them. Then I remember God quickened me. What I thought was go preach a revival. It wasn't go preach a revival. It was like God was prepping me to take over the church. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. And so that's one of the things that I often reminded Carla, like, look, this wasn't a mistake.
Yeah.
And so, and the reason why I'm saying that, I know we'll probably get into it, but even to the marriage / divorce, you know, I'm like, I know what God spoke to me. Like, I can't look back and be like, I shouldn't have. I have regrets, but I'm like.
So did Carla take it pretty hard with this whole, you know, with people against her kind of talking bad about you guys?
Yeah, because the expectations were super high for her as well. Now, my part of my fault was in not having a better understanding that her as a pastor's wife was taking a lot of pressure. And I should have somehow found a way or understood. The bad thing is that I didn't understand that she needed more comfort and confirmation. Maybe I gave her enough confirmation, but you know, men and women are different.
Right. Yes.
You know?
Yeah.
And
yeah.
it's kind of like, we're gonna tough through this, and I didn't understand. Me saying we're gonna tough through this means that you have to harden your heart. You know. So we can tough through it. So her battle was like her toughing out through it is also kind of like hardening her heart towards people, because it's like I'm
keeping
being
that
hurt.
wall up.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah, to protect.
And a lot of times, congregants, if they want to attack the pastor, a lot of times it's easier to attack the pastor's wife,
Yes,
or the pastor's kids.
yes,
So unfortunately, it's a common thing that happens within a lot of the fellowships when there's a takeover. Right, it's a lot of the congregation kind of turns their back or leaves or causes issues and problems. So for you, having gone through what you've gone through, what kind of advice would you give to somebody that is in that situation to kind of safeguard themselves, their marriage, their wife? And what kind of advice would you give them to, like, that maybe you look back on and say, man, I should have done this?
So,
or how do you get through it without being...
One of the problems is that we're learning, and our pastor is learning as well.
yes,
Because they're trying to keep and salvage this other couple as well. So I didn't understand all the dynamics of what they were going through. But in part of salvaging them, they still maintained real close relationships with a lot of people from New Braunfels. So that affected us.
yes,
And so the advice would be, it just depends on what the problems are. You know, I want to say, and I'm pretty sure, because you go through seasons, right? Like going through seasons where it's like, okay, it's my pastor's fault. You know, I remember calling him a few times, like, man, you know, like, I don't agree. And I feel like there was a lot of, I feel like, you know, you're not there for us. And so, but I didn't understand that he's trying to salvage this couple. And so every situation is different. And the advice is you have to make sure you keep your heart right and understand that what began to become firm convictions in my heart and my life was that God has the ability to get you through things, even when other people are making mistakes.
yes, yeah,
And so I looked at Joseph's life. I looked at David's life. And one of the things about David's life is that it was like, while he's being persecuted and pursued by Saul, he's maintained a right heart towards Saul, because he said, how can I touch the Lord's anointed? Now, the reason why that became such a firm conviction was because instinctively you want to blame leadership.
yes,
And what that causes you to do is that it magnifies any possible mistakes that they're making, even when they're not making mistakes. If it even seems like a mistake, somehow it's magnified in your mind. Once you blame leadership, then you feel justified. And so then I was like, no, like, because in my mind, my pastor's making mistakes. You know, they shouldn't have a relationship no more. They should cut all ties. And you know, and I'm not saying that because maybe he was doing everything right, but I'm trying to filter what I perceive as bad decisions. And so so I mean, I think Pastor Wayman Mitchell would say it all the time, like, your relationship with God is the key, because every situation is different, and keeping your heart right with God and processing everything biblically, like, okay, I'm going through this, you know, and I'm reading the Bible, and these people are going through these things, and God helps them. And this is how they handled it. You know, people handled it this way, and it didn't go well for them, but these people handled it this way because God helped, you know, in a biblical way, and God helped them. So I hope that makes sense.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. I do have a question though, and this might be backtracking, but you get saved, and before you get sent out to preach, what is your family thinking of you now? Because I mean, you've been saved for a while, and then all of a sudden, will you tell your family, "Hey, I'm gonna go preach in Brown"? What are they thinking?
So they all lived in Oklahoma. They just knew I was going to church.
Okay.
The only one that lived in town was my dad. And so, and he was just like, "Oh, you're in a cult, you know, you're in a cult." Then actually, once I realized that, oh, we have churches, I sent my mom to a fellowship church in Oklahoma. And so I don't think to my brothers, they weren't going to church. My little brother was kind of in and out. And so, and I think he started getting discipled in the church in Oklahoma. I think to my mom, she was just so glad I was saved. She was just so glad I was saved. She was like, man, like, she was just glad I was saved. So going out to pastor, I don't know, you know.
So did she start going to church in Oklahoma at the fellowship church?
Yeah.
And she ended up moving down here and started coming.
So when she moved down here, she started coming to my church in New Braunfels. But I was like, that's going to be problematic because not that me and my stepdad didn't get along, but, you know, I was like, you know, if this is going to be the real thing, like don't just come to support me because we're family.
Right.
So I told my mom. So at first they're like, no, like it's okay. Like, you know, so they wanted to be there to support and all that stuff. But then they started missing my Sunday nights because of the long drive, which I knew that was going to happen. Because I remember telling my mom, like, Mom, like, so you sure you're going to be coming? Like, it's a farther drive. So I said, you know, why don't you go? Like, you live right down the street from Universal City, or the mother church is right down the street, whichever one's closest, you know, go. So she started going to Universal City.
Oh, okay. So that's how she came.
Yeah. Because I was like, look, like, that's one of my best friends. He pastors at church. And so she started going to UC.
Okay. So you're pastoring, you're there for 9 years. Did you start feeling a call to be an evangelist, or did that ever cross your mind? Or like what happened there at the end of that? So
I knew I was called to evangelize even before I got sent out.
Okay, so that's been your calling since the beginning.
I'm like, do you want to hear about it? I was like, I know we've gone for a while. So,
I mean, can you give us a short version?
Short version is I had a dream that, and I had this dream while I was single. And in my dream, pastor sent me to go pick up the evangelist because we're starting a revival. And so I go to the hotel room. I go to the hotel to pick up the evangelist. And this is all in my dream, right? I go to the hotel to pick up the evangelist. And it's Dennis Wright. And he's like, nah, I'm not going to preach today. And I go inside of his hotel room. I'm like, no, dude, you have to come. Like, pastor sent me. We already passed out a bunch of flyers. And he's like, nope, not today. So he's strapping on a harness. And his hotel becomes like a mountaintop. And then he starts descending down with this ropes and harness. And I'm like, I'm freaking out. So as he's doing that, his cell phone rings. I grab his cell phone and I look at it, and it says Pastor Mitchell. And so as he descends faster, I jump after him. And I said, Pastor Mitchell is calling you. I mean, I'm yelling. I'm like, Pastor Mitchell is calling you. And he just looked up. He said, you answer the call. And so that was it. That was my dream. And then when I had seen him, I kind of told him the dream. Yeah. I didn't understand that. I mean, I know it's crystal clear, but I didn't understand it. So when I told Dennis Wright my dream, he was like, and I was like, what do you think it means? He was like, simple. You answer the call. And then I was like, oh, duh. Like, yeah. And so when I started preaching in the prisons, now when me and Carla got married, my question to her was like, hey, if God calls me to China, would you go with me to China? And she was like, we're never going to China, but sure, whatever. I'll go with you to China. Now, what I didn't tell her is that I felt called to evangelize. Mm-hmm. Like that, I kind of kept to myself. So then I started with the prisons, and I'm not gone all the time, but as I'm going, I went to the prisons. And so I remember one time, because it was like an hour and a half drive back and forth. Mm-hmm. And so one time I got home from the prisons, and she was crying, and she was like, I didn't want you to go today. She goes, but you're not going to believe what God spoke to me. And I was like, what? And she said, God spoke to me to get used to it because he called you to evangelize, and you're going to be gone a lot. And so I was like, really? And so now I had never told her that I was called to. I just told her like, hey, would you go with me to China? Yeah. And so when she told me that, I was like, then I told her about my dream and stuff. And I was like, okay. So then when Pastor brought up New Braunfels and we accepted it, then we went out to eat with Pastor. And I remember telling Pastor, like, dang, like, when am I going to evangelize? Like, I don't want to go to, I mean, I'll go do this, but like, I'm called to evangelize. Yeah. And so, so Pastor was like, well, like, just, go to, we'll see what happens. And I remember telling Pastor, man, like, I feel like it's going to be like 10 years before I ever get to evangelize.
And it like was.
And it was like 10 years. And so actually, when we went back to the mother church, Dennis Wright passed away. And Carla and then we heard that he passed away in the hotel room and all that. Mm. And so then Carla was like, that was your dream. She was like, you're going to start evangelizing now. And so that's so by that point, I was like, I don't really care to evangelize. But when she told me that, I was like, you think so? And I was like, okay, maybe yes. Yeah.
Okay. So you start evangelizing. You have
well, how did that happen? Because you said just now that you were like,
So, I mean, because of I wanted to, but at the same time, I was more of like ministry is hard. Yeah.
You discouraged from the whole?
No, I wasn't discouraged. Like, I was eager to preach. Okay. Like, I was eager to preach, but I was just more of like, I'm not, because at the same time, while we were in New Braunfels, we had offered ourselves to go to China. And so, but, Pastor was like, actually, Pastor probably got tired because every time we started going to conference every 6 months since like 2015. Like, like, it doesn't matter how our church is, we're going to go to conference. Mm-hmm. We're going to go to conference. And so then they make appeals. And I'm like, okay, I got no debt, like, and we can go. And so I remember telling Pastor like a bunch of times, like, hey, like, do you want to do something international? Like, me and Carla will go. Like, like, we'll go. But Pastor was like, well, our church isn't there yet to send somebody international. So one of the reasons why I was like, well, I don't know about evangelizing is simply because also too, pastoring, I realized how difficult it is to become a full-time evangelist. Because as a pastor, you go to conference and you have all these evangelists giving you their business cards. Mm-hmm. And as a pastor, you're like, who are you? Who knows you? Like, are you just going through a transition, preaching revivals, so the quickest thing for an evangelist is literally word of mouth through people that like, okay, I recommend, Yes. And then in the pastors' meetings, other pastors will recommend evangelists, but you kind of listen to. In other words, like for somebody who's not known to start evangelizing, like Roman Gutierrez died twice, and his revival started exploding while he was pastoring. So him becoming an evangelist was like a demand. Like, we want this guy. And his revivals bring 20, 30, your church doubles.
Right,
So as
yeah.
a pastor, you're like, I want that guy to come preach.
Yeah.
And so, and if you're going to become an evangelist and you go give your business card to a pastor, like, and
Who are you?
Who are you?
Yeah.
Like, who knows you? I've never heard of your name. Like, I didn't even know you existed. Like,
Yes. Yeah.
and so me having you come preach a revival, that means airfare, XYZ. Like, no, it's a huge expense.
Yes.
And so I was like, I don't know if I want to, I don't know if I was like, I've never done sales and that sounds like a lot of marketing. I was like, I don't know if I want to evangelize. But it ended up happening. So.
Okay.
So how did that happen though? Like, pastor just was like, hey, you want to evangelize? Or
I started preaching around, like, so I already knew, right? Like, I understood, like, I can function as an evangelist. Like, God's already made that pretty clear for me.
Yeah.
And so before we came back, I went out and I was kind of starting to preach out. And when after service and pastors are like, have you ever considered evangelizing? Then you're like, okay, like, and I'm like, we'll see. It's almost kind of like you don't want to reveal all your cards, but
Yeah.
that is a good compliment and confirmation. Like, okay, if it's coming from a pastor, then. And so I'd preached somewhere. Sermons that I preached at my church, right? I as a pastor, I kind of had a conviction, and that my conviction was like, I'm gonna have a fresh sermon every single service. I don't care if I go to sleep at 3, 4, 5 in the morning. Like, it's gonna be a fresh sermon every single service. And so, and I labored for that. Like, I made sure. I remember. That's what I lived for.
Yeah.
I remember having a revival, and as I'm having the revival and as we're having lunch, I'm working on sermons, and I had an evangelist tell me, like, dude, you work harder than a lot of full-time pastors work. And so, but I was like, I love this.
Yeah. Yeah. You liked the process.
Downside of that was, my dad was a heck of a worker and neglected the family. So I gave myself to studying and having fresh sermons, and I tried not to neglect my family, but I'm sure, obviously, I was. But yeah, so I'm pastoring and I go preach. This was right before we came back. I went and I preached in a few places the same sermons that I've been preaching these are sermons that I preached at my church. And nobody's going to come pat me in the back. I go preach somewhere else, and it's like, people are like, man, that sermon just changed my life. And so I was kind of weighing it out, like, okay, can I do this or can I not? So then once I went back to the mother church and started kind of, you start getting phone calls like, hey.
Can you cover?
Yeah. So as I started covering services, those covering was like, you think you can preach a revival for me?
Yeah.
So that's how it kind of began to, then I had a guy ask me to cover Sunday morning, Sunday night. I covered Sunday morning. No, I was going to cover Sunday morning and Sunday night and Wednesday. And then he calls me after the morning service because he wasn't there. And he was like, hey, bro, he goes, I hate to do this, but I'm going to cancel you. And I was like, what? Like, I was like, what did I do?
Yeah. Yeah.
And he was like, look, don't take this the wrong way. He goes, can I cancel you? But how about if we schedule like a full revival? He goes, I already got a bunch of reports. He goes,
they liked you.
Let's do a full revival. And if we're going to do a full revival, I'd rather not have you come tonight and Wednesday. Which to me, I was like, but bro, I got more than 4 sermons. Like, don't cancel it, So I was like, I understand the compliment. So that's kind of
how you got started, how the ball got rolling.
Yeah.
Nice.
And so.
Okay, so so you start doing the evangelism. You had a powerful ministry. You came to preach for us a lot, and we always enjoyed you coming. And you can tell you had anointing on your sermons, but also you can tell that God really spoke to you because of the words you gave and how
The timely words,
how
yeah.
timely and how, you know, they really struck everybody you told. Was like, wow. Kind of like how the pastors in New Braunfels was like, what the heck? Who's telling this guy this stuff? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So we always enjoyed having you over. You had a great ministry.
You gave us a word.
2 words,
Yeah.
2 different times. But so I know there's probably a lot here we want to talk about. I don't want to blow through it because there's important stuff. The struggles that you experienced as a Christian, as a pastor, evangelizing. So I do want to touch on those. So yeah. So okay. So next up, then. So I guess the chain of
we got all night.
we got all night. I might need to go run to get some batteries. But so the chain of events, unless there's other stuff that I don't know about, but it's, you know, your mom passes away. She gets sick. She passes away. Soon after, your young brother, Aldo, gets murdered. And then you go through a divorce with your wife. So, I mean, those are all really strong, hard things to go through. And for you, it was like, it seemed like once it started raining, it just poured and thundered all at once. So, you know, there was an attack, obviously, on your ministry, on what you were doing for God. There's a lot of stuff you were going through, obviously, with your brother on how he died. So just kind of talk about your whole mindset and the process and the attack that it had on your faith. Like, did you ever waver? Did it make you stronger in your faith? Did you question things? I mean, there's a lot to cover with, you know, these type of emotions of what you dealt with. So, I mean, I want to hear it all, though. You know what I mean? So,
so when my mom got sick, we didn't really know how severe it was. Excuse me. But I remember I was going to go preach a revival in Odessa. And I went to go see her at the hospital. That's when she started she started going to the hospital more frequent. And it started like, okay, that's when okay, this is way more serious. I don't remember exactly what they had told her as far as giving her a certain amount of time, but I think they had told her like years. And in the process of that, it was like, you know, or let me just put it this way. I remember, you know, I'm going to go preach in Odessa. And so I stopped by the hospital to see her. And I remember after I left the hospital, I felt like I identified this a while back. In other words, I didn't identify it right there and then, but I was like, wait a minute. I remember that it was almost like since I went to go see her in the hospital on my way to Odessa, it was like as if I entered this dark cloud that I didn't get out of. And so I went to go see her, and I guess I realized more or less how bad it was. And so I guess the piece was that she saved, but I started feeling her pain because her pain was Aldo is a drug addict, homeless, and she hasn't seen her son. And her only wish, because she started accepting death. But it was like, okay, God, I know I'm going to die, but I just want to see my son. And so that's what began to become painful. So, I mean, Aldo's homeless right by the mother church, he's homeless right in between the mother church and my house. So I saw him a lot.
Okay, so real quick, just to kind of, if you can give a brief, I guess, recap of what happened with Aldo, because you had mentioned, the last you mentioned Aldo was in Oklahoma, maybe being disciple, maybe going to church, kind of. So he's trying to live for God, maybe a little bit here and there. So what happens that he goes from that to being a homeless drug addict?
So on Aldo's behalf, and unfortunately, right, he's dead. But on his behalf, it goes back to the absence of the father. So when my parents got divorced, my older brothers are going their own way. I go my own way. Or actually, and then I lived with my mom and my stepdad for a very short period of time because I didn't necessarily give them a hard time, but I remember that I guess my stepdad pretty much was like, he needs to either get converted or leave. And so they didn't tell me that, but I was kind of like, man, I felt, I mean, I don't know. I moved out young. I left young. And so that left, and I never thought about this, but that means that Aldo stayed with my mom and our stepdad. And so our dad's absent. His stepdad shows no love because our stepdad's dad was murdered when he was young. And what he had said about this, and I think he didn't say it no more, but I clearly remember him saying that the best thing that ever happened to his mom and his brothers is his dad getting murdered because his dad was abusive. So he's a cold man. He's not a loving man, and veteran. He's seen like real combat, PTSD. So Aldo's growing up with no father, and
how much younger was he from you?
6 years.
Okay.
So he was when they moved to Oklahoma, he's a little kid.
Yeah.
Elementary school, he was in elementary. He went to Oklahoma while he was in elementary. So he pretty much grew up in Oklahoma. But mind you, I am the first one that got him high because in my mind, I'm like, hey, bro, I know you look up to me. He looked up to me and my homeboys. And, I was rejected by my older brother. My older brother said, no, you're not hanging out with us, and I don't want you to even attempt to do what we do because you'll take it up another notch. Well, in my mind was like, I'm not going to do what my older brother did. Look, I'm going to teach you how to get high. I'm going to teach you, look. And so I remember getting him high. And he's like, and now on my mistake was that he wasn't asking me for that.
You exposed him to a lot.
I exposed him because I thought that, I never did the math. I never figured, well, I was 2 years younger than my brother, so I was closer in age to him. My little brother's still playing, he's playing video games, and I'm like, he probably wants to do what I'm doing. Come here, let me get you high. And so now that's not what started his drug addiction, though. But I'm saying, unfortunately, I exposed him to that. So in Oklahoma, I don't know how it all went down, but he eventually backslid. And so he started doing drugs over there. Okay. And my stepdad had to go pull him out of crack houses a bunch of times. This guy was, I don't know how many times he was arrested in Oklahoma. And I just know from what my mom and my stepdad would tell me, like, man, we've already bailed him out so many times. So when my mom and my stepdad moved back to San Antonio, he stayed there with my older brother, Ivan. And I remember my brother, by now I'm saved. And I think I was already pastoring. And while I'm pastoring, I talked to my brother, Ivan. He was like, man, I don't know what kind of drugs he's on, but I know he's on drugs because my brother was a manager at a restaurant and Aldo worked with him. And everybody was complaining about him because he would go to the restroom and he spend hours there and he'd come back and his face was all scratched up. And so I'm like, bro, yeah. And now me being saved and pastoring, like drugs, we can label or we can say, oh, yeah, I was a drug addict. Or whatever. But I did weed, coke, acid, and a lot of times my choice of drugs was gasoline because that was free, But I didn't go out experimenting with all these drugs. So I really couldn't really relate to the
You weren't a
meth.
fiend. Yeah.
Yeah. And, you know, I mean, I like the feeling of power, but I didn't like when I would have blackouts. And so, but I didn't understand what Aldo was involved in. And so,
I mean, that synthetic stuff just hits different. I mean, like, it gets control of you. It's demonic. So him getting involved with, you know, meth and all that stuff. So, so then he comes back and
he doesn't come back. He's in jail and he's going to get sentenced.
Okay.
And so me and my dad and my oldest brother had moved back to San Antonio too. So we all kind of worked up a plan. We're like, what can we do? And so now my dad, you know how they say that, you know, there's people that can sell ice cream to an Eskimo. That's my dad.
Okay.
And so my dad was like, my dad's real confident in himself. He's like, we're going to talk. I'm going to talk to the judge. They're going to release him to us. So Aldo has no idea. So he has on his court date, we showed up to his court. And my dad, with broken English, spoke to the judge, says he's got no lawyer, but I'm his father, and spoke to the judge. The judge was like, I'll release him to you. We'll drop all the charges. We'll release him to you. They dropped all the charges, released him to my dad. And so, and we literally, it was like a kidnap, because as soon as he got released, he was like, see y'all. Like, and we're like, nope. So we went, we literally grabbed him. Me and my other brothers, we grabbed him, like almost tied him up to where he couldn't move, and we shoved him in the car and closed the doors, and we both held the doors until we rushed inside and left. And, you know, one sat on one side and the other sat on the other side.
Oh, wow.
And we drove him all the way from Oklahoma to San Antonio. And so we're like, you have no choice. And so I remember I was kind of iffy about the plan, because I understood conversion. I understand you can't force people to do anything. But in a sense, like, well, we'll give it a shot.
Yeah.
So he came down here, and he actually stayed with me for a while. He was going to church, you know, but I was like, I knew he wasn't saved. And so, so anyways, he ended up moving in with my dad, because my dad gave him a lot more. And I remember telling my dad, like, you can't give him so much freedom, because he's a drug, but my dad's not saved. He doesn't understand the gospel. My dad's an alcoholic. And so my dad, thinking that he's doing right by giving him certain freedoms, my dad doesn't do drugs, but he's an alcoholic, and he doesn't understand that Aldo's a drug addict, because that's how we brought him. He was already a drug addict. And so he stayed functionable for a few years. During those years, you know, he held a job, he had kids, and but within the time frame, I think he caught like 3 or 4 DWIs, and so he was going downhill pretty quick, and until eventually, like, I remember because I'm trying to reason with him. I mean, this is the same brother that quoted Revelations 3:19 to me. And so now I'm telling, like, bro, man. And so he's like, look, Juan, I know what you're saying, bro, but even my PO says that I'm a functioning alcoholic, because he had a decent car and he held a job. And so I remember I saw seeing him, he's holding a job, and he loved to dress well. Like, and matter of fact, I would be like, oh, bro, can I borrow your shirt? He'd be like, nah, you buy your own clothes, bro. Like, because I didn't invest in myself for clothes. And he bought nothing but name brand. Everything was like, oh, this is this brand, or have you ever heard of this, or have you ever heard of this cologne? Or I mean, just dressed well, like super, super well.
Yeah.
And so all of a sudden, I'm like, he's looking raggedy. And so he's looking raggedy, and so I'm like, oh, that's odd. Like, this dude's always like smelling good and always, you know, fresh and clean. Now he's looking a little raggedy. I go see him where he's staying at, and he's breaking up wood and furniture. I'm like, what the heck are you doing, bro? And so what it was is that they cut the lights because he stopped paying the light bill, and he got used to just functioning off of he was burning wood. And then they cut the water. And so then before you know it, where he's staying now, he's staying with no electricity and no water. So it was like a transition to becoming homeless.
Yeah.
And I remember I was like, bro, I thought you were functioning. I was like, oh yeah, but this. Then I saw him, and he was just straight up dirty. Like, and Aldo's super clean. So no lights, no electricity, super dirty. I mean, stinky, and he had long hair, and I was like, whoa. So that's how he ended up homeless.
Okay.
So before we get to
Wait. So what led to that was your mom saying, "I want to
getting
see."
back.
Oh, were you? Oh, okay.
well, go ahead.
No.
No,
You-
go
just
ahead.
your mom.
Go ahead.
Do we need a coffee break?
Oh, you
Okay, so
already
this
started
leads.
it, so.
I know. Okay, so this leads to your mom saying, I want to see Aldo again.
So yeah, while she was in her last months, which we didn't know it was her last months.
Yeah.
But her only prayer and wish was to see her son, like just sane, or at least just have a moment of clarity. Because by that point, Aldo's just, I'd run into him all the time, but it was like I understood, he wasn't there.
Yeah.
He'd say stuff off the wall, and I was like, oh, okay.
Would he remember you?
Oh, yeah, he'd remember
Oh,
me.
okay.
Like, I
Okay.
I remember one time I ran in, I was like, hey, what's up, bro? He was like, oh, hey, carnal. He's like, hey, and because he would, by this, he mixed a lot of the Spanish, which kind of tripped me out. He mixed a lot of the Spanish.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, hey, carnal, just be careful because there's an alligator right there. And so I was like, oh, okay. So, but it just became like, okay, like, all right, well, I'll be careful, bro. I'll see you now. Are you hungry? And so sometimes it'd be like, yeah. So I'd be like, all right, man, I'll bring you something to eat. Or something like, no, I'm cool.
Yeah.
And so he'd just tell me stuff off the wall.
Yeah.
And then it just became kind of regular, but it was painful.
Yes.
It was super,
Yes.
super painful.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so yeah, that was her prayer. Her wish was to just have a moment of clarity with Aldo. I had already started picking up Aldo's kids. I a little bit before that, I started stepping in, picking them up. And my mom was like, thank you, because at least I can see them through you or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And so, right, well, before she died, because things escalated pretty quickly, declined really quickly in her health to where it was like, okay, she's gonna die. Mm-hmm. Not only is she gonna die, but this may sound strange or maybe difficult for some people to understand, but for people that have been through things like this will understand it. After seeing her suffer through episodes, then I was like, God, just take her.
Yes.
And what I mean by episodes, like a few times my stepdad called me, like either in the middle of the night or I'd go. And so she's in her bed. She's on her bed. Excuse me. But because of the pulmonary disease, it's almost like she's drowning.
Yes. Her lungs are filling up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so I remember seeing her, and she's like blue and ice cold and stiff. And so you go there and you see her, and then and she's like, and she's like dying because she's looking up, and then she looks down to see me. She's like, oh, it's you, mijo, it's you. And she's like heavily, she can barely speak. Mm-hmm. And barely being able to speak, she's like, mijo, just tell Jesus, just take me. Like, just take me. And so, and I remember that I'm like, I don't know if I can pray that. Like, and then, as she's kind of grasping for my hand, or I grabbed her hand, she's like, it's ice cold, and she's like stiff. And so, and she's like, tell him, like, you pray, he listens. And it's hard, or it's difficult to hear those words, like, he listens to you. Like, you're a preacher, you're a man of God, just tell him to take me. And so, and I'm like, it was very difficult because I was like, Mom, I can't pray that. Like, I can't. And so I'm like, nah, you start speaking in tongues, and you start proclaiming resurrection power. You start pleading the blood of Jesus. Doing everything that you know to do,
Yeah. Yeah.
And so, but it's like you finally come to this conclusion where it's like, okay, I guess then if it's her time, then take her.
Yeah.
And then you kind of want to try to, especially as a preacher, people look to you for answers.
Yeah, for hope, for something. Yeah.
And in a sense, you feel like you have to have an answer. And in a sense, I kind of felt like, okay, well, let me figure this out, like what's going to happen. And then you have well-meaning people who come and tell you, hey, like I prayed, like God's going to heal her and he's going to save your brother. And so I remember somebody coming up to me and telling me that, and they're like, you just got to have faith. It's almost insulting.
I can see what you mean. Yeah.
Because it's like,
my faith isn't the issue here. Yeah.
Like, and so it's kind of like, but I understood. I was offended, but I'm like, I understand. They don't understand. And so it's just kind of like, okay, well, thank you. Thank you for your recognition that I lack faith, so I appreciate it. And so, and I remember during Harvesters, when was it? 2 years ago. But this was, it was during Harvesters. I get a phone call, and it started getting to the point where you get phone calls, and now you're like, you're expecting to hear she's
gone.
Dead. Yeah. And so I remember that I got a phone call, and I think my brother Hugo was like, "Hey, bro, like, what are you doing? Can you get here pretty quick? Like, because we don't know at this point. It's like this could be it."
Yeah.
And so I'm like, I'm on my way. And so and it's the same thing. Like, she's having another episode. She's drowning. And so I get there, and I think I had already started. I was like, "Hey, Mom, I'm here. I'm gonna pray with you." And sometimes she'd be like, "Hey, well, do a sinner's prayer with me." But her way of communicating isn't even the way. It's just like a word.
Right, because she's having difficulties. Yeah.
And so her breathing, and then my stepdad's like, I've already blasted the oxygen, and we've added more oxygen, and it's like, And so, and I remember so I get there, and she's like, "Mijo," and I'm like, "Hey, Mom, I'm here. Like, what's up?" And so she's like, "I have to tell you something." And so we all like freeze. We're like, what is she about to say? And her, again, her speech is very slow. And she's like, "Can you bring me Dunkin' Donuts?" And then we're all like, "Is this?" Like, we're on it. Let's,
Yeah.
And so it was.
I can do that. Yeah.
And so it was like, really? Like, that's all you want? And I remember that my step was like, "Mommy, but we got coffee." And we're like, "Bro, like, we're just going to go get the Dunkin' Donuts, man." Yeah. And so, but I was like, okay. I mean, I was like, it's coming. I want to see her be with Jesus.
Yes.
It kind of comes to the point where you're like, this is too painful to see her like this all the time.
Yes.
And so I remember during that same Harvesters that day when I got to the church, I called, all my pastor friends. And so William, George, Luis, and I don't remember who else, but I was like, "Hey guys, help me pray." And I said, "This is gonna sound weird, but help me pray that God's will be done, and if my mom has to go home, that she goes home already."
Yeah.
And so I think they were confused because they're like, we're all believing God for a miracle, but I'm like, yeah, but you're not seeing what I'm seeing.
Yeah.
And so, and that was, it was super, super painful. And now what I had a hard time dealing with was like, God, but she can't go without seeing her son.
Yeah.
So she gets hospitalized, which was one of many hospitalizations. And by this time, we know it's coming. And so I remember telling Aldo, I ran into Aldo, and I told him, "Bro, like, my mom's doing really bad, man. Like, she's doing super bad." And he's like, "Whatever, man. Like, y'all are just messing with me, and I know y'all."
Oh, so he didn't even believe you guys?
No, he didn't believe me. Wow. And he blamed my older brother. He said that he claimed that my older brother had kidnapped him and implanted a chip in his ear, and that's how he heard voices. And I mean, just stuff off the wall.
Yeah.
And so I was like, "Bro, like, no, like, I'm for real. Like, she's sick. Like, she's gonna die. You're gonna be motherless." And he's like, "Man, like, that, how dare you use mom?" And like, And so then when she passed, I ran into him and I was like, that's it, bro. She's dead. Like, she's dead. Like, you have no mother. And so I remember that he was just quiet. He's just quiet and I didn't, I didn't know. I'm like, I don't know if he's sober. I wouldn't even ask him, are you sober?
Right. Yeah.
I just kind of waited to hear his response, and he was like, just no response. And I remember I had to, I was in charge of all her funeral stuff, and I got the pay. I was like, bro, here. And so I remember that he grabbed it and he's looking at it. I was like, she's dead. Like, this, her funeral's in, so many days or whatever. And so, so it wasn't until maybe a week later that I ran into him again. And I was like, hey, like, how are you doing? Like, I wasn't joking. She's dead. And he was like, nah, I know. You told me last time. I think about her every day. And he just walked away. And so, and I didn't know how to take that. I mean, I was like, well, and I would tell him, like, bro, she wanted to see you, she wanted to see you. Your kids need you. But it I don't know. He was
just too far gone.
Mm-hmm. He wouldn't say
care.
much. He didn't respond. He wouldn't respond. And so.
Okay. So when she finally did pass, was there a little bit of relief on your end that she's gone, she's in heaven, there's no more pain, there's no more suffering?
Yeah. I mean, it was painful, but me and my brothers, we kind of agreed, like, you know what? We saw her suffer. Mm-hmm. We saw her suffer, and it was like, I was like, dang, that was hard.
That was rough, yeah.
That was super, super rough. So, yeah, it was like, okay, like, she's in heaven now.
Yeah.
And that was peaceful.
And her being saved, you have that peace of mind. You know what I mean? Like, you don't have to, it's a little different with Aldo, right? Because of how he died, and it's like the uncertainty. But with your mom, it's like, okay, I can be happy. It's sad that she's gone, but she's in heaven, so there's some peace about it. You know what I mean? So when it comes to Aldo, but how much longer was it until he died?
6 months later.
It was 6 months later.
Yeah.
So was that the last time? 2 weeks after your mom died? Was that the last time you saw him alive?
No.
Okay.
No. So, and which was crazy because it was like she died Wednesday right after the July conference. Wednesday right after I was preaching revival in Corpus, and that's where I got the phone call. And so right after service, I came back to San Antonio. Then, I would still see Aldo, and I would try to, just like, hey, bro. I do have a good memory of the last time that I seen him, because he was by the Little Caesars right there on Nacogdoches with a couple of other homeless guys, and I didn't like none of his friends, because I saw them as, y'all keep my brother bound. Mm-hmm. So I would preach them or minister them, but I was rough, like, and you, like, what's up with you, man? Like, so you're a druggie too, and so sometimes they would get defensive or whatever, but I was upset. And I'd be like, God's real. So you're good with going to hell, you don't. And so, I guess I wouldn't necessarily minister to them, but I was mad with them. Mm-hmm. But so I seen Aldo, and I'd seen him. He was there with some of his friends by the Little Caesars, and he was there because they had outside plugs, and so sometimes they'll go and use the outside plug to charge their phones or whatever. And he offered me some food, He was like, hey, bro, I got some pizza. I was like, nah. I was like, I'm good, bro. I was like, I don't know where y'all been. I'm not about to take y'all's food. But I do remember that he was like, I told him, bro, like, man, it's good to see you. And, every time I'd see him, I was like, man, it's good to see you, bro, and whatever. Yeah. Because there was a couple of times where I'd seen him, and he was, one time he had a big old knot on his head. And, like, he told me that this, some people try to abuse him and rape him. So it was just like, what? Like, what? Like, so.
It's another world he was living.
Yeah. And so, another time he had, sometimes I'd see him bruised up. And the thing about Aldo is that I was, quote unquote, the fighter. Out of all my brothers, I was, quote unquote, the fighter. Well, Aldo was the least of that. Like, Aldo never wanted, even when before he was into all that, if I just went up to him, it's like, hey, bro, like, you know,
Yeah.
just playing around, be like, hey, like, stop, bro. Like, he goes, why are you always violent? Aren't you a pastor? And so, like, you always had to be violent. And I was like, nah, bro, like, let's just, you know, like, I just wanted to play around with him. And he was always like, no. So to see him bruised up, to me, it was a big deal.
Yeah.
Like one time, you know, now I don't know how it happened, but, you know, they broke his leg. And so, man, those were, you know, those were times of temptation where it's like, who in the world, like, man. And that's when I would have to like stop and be like, okay, I can't just end my salvation to go retaliate.
Because the old you to the surface.
Well, and especially because I was like, if they're hanging out with him, they know he's not like, you know, he's not like that.
Yeah.
And so, the anger would just, it was just beyond, you know, it would rise.
Yep.
The old person. But yeah, so that last time that I seen him, he even offered me some food, and I told him, nah, bro, I'm good. I said, hey, man, actually, I was going to offer you some. He's like, no, bro. He goes, I'm good. So I'll never forget that he threw me a smile. He was like, and I said, hey, bro, I got to go. I can't remember what I was rushing to, but I was like, bro, you know, I'm going to go or whatever, and I'll see you next time. And he was like, all right, bro, hey, good to see. So it was almost like he had a moment of clarity where he was like, all right, man, like, I'll see you later, bro. Like, good to see you, bro. And okay, carnal. And so then he walked away, and I remember that. I mean, I remember driving away like it felt good to see him.
Yes.
There's a little bit of positivity.
Yeah. So then we come back. So July conference, my mom died Wednesday right after the July conference. I see Aldo. I don't know if it was might have been December or November that I seen him the last time. Then we go to the January conference. We come back from the January conference, and Wednesday right after January conference, that's when I get a knock on the door from the homicide detectives. Now, let me just say this. You know, we mentioned about drive-bys earlier. So that was Wednesday right after the January conference. Well, when we got home from the Talent No Talent show that same that same New Year's, we got home and EJ's room was shot up. So we called the cops. We made a report. So when the homicide detectives showed up, and I remember looking through the peephole, I was like, homicide. I mean, I could see, you know, their jacket that said,
yeah.
And so in my mind, I was like, okay, they're doing a follow-up on the shooting. Somebody died from the shooting.
Oh, you thought it was the
I thought it was a follow-up. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I was like, oh, wow, like, that's crazy. Actually, I was on the phone with another pastor. I was like, hey, dude, let me call you back. I was like, homicide detectives are at my house. And he was like, what? Like, all right, yeah. And so hung up, and they walked, you know, they opened the door, and I was like, and in my mind, I'm like, okay, I'm going to show them the room, you know, and all that. And so they're like, no. Once they said, do you know Aldo Uribe? And I was like, you're going to tell me to sit down, aren't you? And they're like, yeah, it's best if you have a seat. And so I was like, okay. I was like, you know, come on in or whatever. And so they were like, I'm sorry, you know, your brother was murdered on Friday. And so, yeah, it was sad yet expected.
I was going to say, is it with that lifestyle, I mean, it's some sort of expectancy, like you can't live that life very long, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Either you come out of it,
yeah,
you know, through you come out of it good or you come out of it bad, right? And there's only two ways, and most likely you're going to come out of it bad.
And I think what made it what made it most painful was like, dang, like mom never got to see you.
Yeah.
And then it was like, well, she wouldn't have wanted to see through, you know, I'm glad she didn't live through this.
Right.
But, you know, that was like God, like, you know, like she never got to see him, and he goes out like that. Like, but then again, I'm like, well, but it's not like he didn't know.
Yeah.
He knew what's up.
Yeah.
So, and then the other thing that was painful was to read the account
of how it went
of
down.
the witnesses and his last words. So that was painful to read the account and just to read through, okay, they're beating him up. and they can't hear what they tell him. And after he's beat up, face down, he says, I didn't know, man. I didn't know. And I can hear him saying that. But that's what he said. I didn't know. I didn't know. And then that's where the gunshots went off. And so they shot him in the back of the head.
And this is at that homeless encampment, this behind there, Nacogdoches somewhere, right?
Yeah, right on Nacogdoches, where the subway is at. And my dad's jewelry store is right next to that subway.
Oh, really?
So my dad kind of, he was like, man, like he got murdered right here.
It's going to be a constant reminder.
Like a quarter mile away.
Yeah.
And so I know it was very difficult for him. And I mean, well, for all of us, you know,
for the family. Yeah.
for all of us, but yeah. So, I mean, when I went to the funeral home immediately, and the lady remembered me from my mom's funeral. And she was like, oh, like, you're back pretty quick. Did we making a mistake? And so I was like, no. I was like, there's no mistake. She was like, what? You're here for another? And she's like, yeah, no, it's my little brother. And so that was kind of like, dang, this is a back-to-back, you know?
Yeah, no, I mean, that's a tough thing to go through. So was that hard for you through the grieving process for your brother? Or were you at terms with it? Were you?
So I think I had been, without really knowing, without really realizing, sometimes you start grieving a person's death before they even die.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And so we were grieving, because it was like, okay, he's not there,
Well,
he's not there.
You weren't surprised.
Yeah.
So, Juan, you have officially got the longest podcast out of everybody.
I don't think that's a good thing.
So, but before we cut it off, though, we do have a very important aspect of your life that we need to talk about, because it is a life-changing one. It is along your life path. It is one of those decision points that takes you off into a different trajectory. So, so let's talk about, you and your wife and your divorce. And after Aldo had died, how much longer until, not necessarily the divorce, but until things...
May.
It was okay, so it was really soon.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Okay, so
unfortunately, it was just all back to back.
So it was like
back.
6 months,
and then like 3 months.
Yeah,
3 months or 4 months.
Oh wow! So was a lot of what you guys were going through, was that having an effect on your wife, or was there other issues, or?
So it must have been, obviously that must have played a role. I mean, the idea of, pastors and pastors' wives or ministers or even Bible study leaders, right? So I think mistake that that women can make, or just people in general, is diminish the, at least for a wife, right? The idea of a wife's relationship with God aside from their spouse. So I remember one time, I wasn't even evangelizing yet, but I remember I went and preached somewhere, and I made a call just for Bible reading, But what I remember feeling in my spirit was like, and I didn't give the pastor's wife a word, but when she lifted her hand, there was something triggered inside of me, like, yes, there was like, how can I explain this? Like, it made sense that she lifted her hand. And this wasn't for rededication or anything. It was just more for like Bible reading, you know?
To commit to studying or getting closer to God, whatever it is.
Yes. And so now Carla, you know, I mean, I know she had a relationship with God because she would, you know, tell me like, hey, I'm reading this. She loved the book of Kings, 2 Kings. And so I'm sure that everything that we went through impacted and had a lot to do with it. And she just didn't manage correctly. And this might sound too black and white and like, you know, like it's business, you know, but like she just didn't manage the assaults correctly. And of course, that might be placing a lot of blame on her, you know, but now the reason why I'm saying what I'm saying is simply because one of the things that I am currently, I guess you could say, is wrestling with is that the idea of still serving God no matter what you go through. Meaning we went through a lot, and I'm sure that if she was here, right, she would probably, you know, pull out the list of things as far as like, well, you didn't do XYZ or you failed in this area, and which would probably be right, you know, absolutely, of course, right. However, that doesn't justify your failure. So maybe I wasn't the best husband, but you could have still made it. Okay, we went through a lot of things, but the testimony of the Bible is that God helps people. And that means that, you know, I mean, Paul wrote in Corinthians, you know, that with every temptation, God will provide a way to escape. In other words, a way to escape that temptation or a way to overcome that temptation. And so I'm sure it all, you know, I'm sure it all together with perhaps our experience in ministry. And, you know, I mentioned earlier, like, you know, like, oh, yeah, I buy stuff, I support this guy, but a lot of it is because sometimes I can be very militant. And so you kind of add my militant mindset to into the ingredients of things. And so, so
okay, so during this storm and this battles that you're going through with your wife, did you have, I guess, two questions. One, did you have a wavering faith? Like, it was attacking your faith, but did you start questioning God? Did you start questioning things? Or were you trying to work with her? And like what you were saying is like, no, we can get through this. And if she really wasn't having it or wanting it, was there frustration on your part? And because obviously, you know, you're trying to make your marriage work. You're trying to do whatever you can to make it work, right? So if there's one person that's unwilling and the other person that's trying to push, then there's a clash. So there's obviously some frustration that can happen. So then is there, you know, at that point of the clashing, was there doubts? Was there questionings? Was there crying out to God? Was there, like, what were you going through at that moment?
So as far as my faith, how can I explain this? And so maybe the best way that I can say it, and maybe it may not be the best way. I hope it comes across making sense. There has not gone a day, a day has not gone by that I have not prayed and read my Bible, because that's the basics, right? But I have not questioned God. Now you might think like, okay, like, dang, this dude's arrogant. I have not questioned God's existence. I have not questioned God's goodness. And if there's, I remember being in a hotel room praying. Like, I mean, I'm crying. I mean, so I was telling Luis, right? Because sometimes I would make fun of him because I'm like, dude, like, you cry all the time, bro. Like, you're too emotional. He was like, no, you have no emotions. And so, which, let me say one thing, and that is, I thank God for friendships. Like, I so thank God for friendships. My pastor probably became the most, one of the most important persons in my life throughout this whole season. Because that's who I talk to every day. And then right after my pastor, friends that held me, because it's like you enter this, you enter into this, I guess we'll call it a storm. And if we call it a storm, then it's a storm that's pitch black, and you can't see an inch in front of you. And so, now I can tell you is that my world did flip upside down. I experienced things that I have never in my life experienced. Like, for example, I have relatives that have suffered from anxiety. And even when I was pastoring, I've never understood the idea of anxiety or depression. And part of my mindset was like, man up, like, take dominion, like, get over it. You're a man, like, man up. And when my mom passed, I didn't cry. When my little brother got killed, I didn't cry. The time I was washing dishes, Carla would probably, if she was here, she'd be saying, the only time you wash dishes. One time I was washing dishes, and all of a sudden I just broke from my mom. Because even Carla was like, oh my goodness, like, like, you're crying. Like it hit you. I knew it was going to hit you, because her dad had passed while we were pastoring in New Braunfels. Now, to be fair to her, I probably wasn't the most comforting person. And so, but she, when my mom passed, she told me, look, what, I know you're not crying or whatever, but it's probably going to hit you, at some point or another. It did hit me, and, I did cry. And so, but now going through all this situation with Carla, when I'm saying that my whole world did flip upside down, it did. And I experienced things that I had never experienced in my life, because I had never experienced anxiety and insomnia. Never in my life, like, never. I had no idea what anxiety was. And so I remember being in this hotel. So what I was in saying is that I'm in a hotel room and I'm praying. I am pleading with God, and I am trying to figure things out. And I just remember God speaking to me, son, I've done all I could. And I got a revelation. Maybe it's not this great, deep revelation. It's probably something that I already knew, but I understood it a little bit more profoundly. And that is that when God visited Cain, Genesis chapter 4, the Bible talks about, Abel brought of the firstborn. Cain brought an offering from the fruit of the ground. Right? The Bible says that God favored Abel's offering, but God didn't favor Cain's offering. And so then the Bible goes on to say that God visited Cain. And so God visited Cain, and God spoke to Cain, and God told Cain, why are you upset? So God starts dealing with Cain at a psychological level, at a spiritual level. At a psychological level, like, why are you angry? And then he goes on to say, look, listen, sin lies at the door. And it wants to have you. And so now he's dealing with Cain at a spiritual level. And, but what God did is that he spoke, he warned, and then he stepped away. And he left the ball on Cain's court. Cain, here's the ball. The ball's on your court. And I've warned you, like, before you do anything stupid. And so when God spoke to me, son, I've done all I can. I've done all I can. It doesn't mean that God's power is limited, but God doesn't violate our will.
Yes, yeah.
And so it gave me unfortunately, I don't want to say a deeper appreciation, but it gave me a deeper understanding of, like, look, people have their own will. Now, because people do whatever they do, doesn't mean God didn't get involved.
Right, yes.
God got involved, but they consciously, fully aware, chose to disobey God. And so I'm in a hotel room and I'm praying, and I felt God spoke to me. Son, I've done all I can. I did what I could. I did everything that I could. And so that I didn't know what it meant. Now I know what it meant. Now I know what it meant. And when I didn't know what it meant, I'm like, what's going to happen? What does it mean? What's going on? So I at that point, my mind started running. I'm trying to figure things out. And so I think then it all hit me at once. I haven't been able to mourn for my mom. I was in charge of the funeral.
Right, yeah.
Right before Aldo passed away, my stepdad disowned me. And so I was super upset. I wasn't necessarily hurt, but maybe I was hurt. But in some kind of a way, I'm like, just, you getting attacked, grab the bulls by the horns and just go on, And so that was kind of my mindset. And so, but now it's like everything hits me at once. At least that's what I think happened, because it's like, okay, now it's all compiled. And so I guess the stress just was to a certain degree unbearable. Unbearable because I started looking up, like, okay, I don't know. So the way that it began to happen is that I can't sleep at all, right? And now it's like 6 a.m, sun lights out, and now I'm fully awake, but I didn't get no sleep, but I'm worried. I'm stressed. I'm worried. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. And I'm like, okay, like I'm tired. I'm exhausted and I haven't slept. And so then I start trying to do some Google research and or YouTubing it or whatever. And so those days soon become weeks
Of no sleep.
And so I was like, I've never in my life. So now anxiety just kind of kicked in full blown, and I've never experienced anxiety. And I'm trying to tough it out and I can't. And I'm praying and I'm like, God, like, you've got to help me. I'm still preaching revivals, and somehow, by the grace of God, once 3-4 in the afternoon rolled around, like my body and my mind went back to normal, and I was able to preach. I was able to give words, And matter of fact, I remember being in a city and I'm giving words and I was like, God, how in the world am I giving a word and I have no answer for my life? And so, and I started like I started dreading the nighttime because I'm like, dang, like I haven't slept. Now, mind you, and I'm not exaggerating, you know, like sometimes people say like, man, I didn't sleep at all, but they slept maybe 3-4 hours. No, I'm talking about like I laid down at 10:30 or 11 or whatever. And then I saw 12 o'clock roll by. I saw 1 o'clock roll by, 2. And now I'm getting worried because I'm like, oh my goodness, okay, if I can fall asleep right now, I'll wake up. Now I've always had a discipline to get up at 5, 6 in the morning and go work out. And so at this point, I'm like, well, I'll push it till 7. I'll sleep till 7.
Yeah.
And so 3 o'clock rolls by, 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, and I'm like no way. Like I'm starting to see that. Like once you start seeing the light around the shade, you know, I'm in hotel rooms, and I'm like this is. It was torture. It was torture at another level. And it wasn't one, you know, once I got back into town, I immediately went to the doctor, and I rarely go to doctors. I went to the doctor and they probably thought I was some drug addict. I mean, cause I'm sure I look bad. I'm like shaking, I'm freezing, I'm cold. And I'm like, I need to see a doctor. And they're like, well, you need an appointment. And I'm like, no, like I need to see a doctor now. And so they almost have to escort me out. And so,
oh my
and
goodness,
they're looking at me super weird. And I'm like, and then, you know, they're like, okay, well, fill out this paper. What do you do? I'm like, I don't even want to say I'm a preacher. Like, this doesn't make sense. And I finally got, you know, I saw a doctor and he's like, well, stress causes this. Like, do you have any stress in your life? And so I'm like, right now, I was like, where do I start? And so, they prescribed me some, I don't know, some pills. But I was like, I'm not going to take that. I was like, I'm not going to take that. And so I didn't take that. I was like, who do I talk to? Pastor didn't understand me. Now, I thank God for Pastor, but I think he was in the same boat because, you know, his first initial reaction was like, let's pray, let's take dominion. But I was kind of like, I've done that. Like, and then I started thinking about people that I've dealt with, and I'm like, dang, like, okay, this isn't. So in a moment of desperation, I want to say it was God that just told me, call this pastor. And I went to the pastor's phone book.
Yeah.
And I called him and I said, hey bro, like I'm out of Pastor Benny Rodriguez. And he was like, oh, I think I remember, like, I think I know who you are or whatever. And I was like, hey, like I need to tell you know, I was like, I don't know. Maybe. So as I started telling him a little bit, he was like, hold on. He goes, I know exactly what you're talking about. He goes, you feeling XYZ? I'm like, yes. He goes, okay. He goes, look, listen, I can't talk right now, but I'm going to call you back in 15 minutes. So once he called me back, we developed a good friendship because he'd suffered through depression. Something, and for him, it was a result or a product of COVID. And so, but it was this, you know, he was, and insomnia. And he was like, bro, I know exactly what you know, and he started explaining to me. I was like, yes, I'm feeling that. Yes, that's exactly what I feel. And I've never in my life dealt with this. Yeah. And so, so it was, if there's been a moment where it was hell, it was that. Yeah. It was hell because as days keep going by and you haven't slept, you're weaker. You know, you almost don't feel like you're all there.
Yeah.
Yeah, your mind, your thinking is compromised. I mean, that really affects you negatively. So how do you overcome that?
So there's no to me, what happened with me was I started looking into. I found this podcast by some professor that it's called like Perfect Your Sleep. And so, man, I listened to it, and then I started looking into, he talked about magnesium and a couple of other natural things. And so, and by now, I've been taking like Tylenol PM.
Just to help you try to be drowsy to sleep.
Yes, so I'm taking Tylenol PM, and I'm taking like some other stuff, some liquid, the sleeping aid that's just for
Melatonin.
No.
Oh.
NyQuil.
Oh, NyQuil.
And still no sleep. I mean, I'm taking a bunch of stuff and like still no sleep. I did stay away I didn't take what was prescribed because I was like, I have no idea where, I don't want to make a decision right now that's going to lead me down into an addiction. And then, so I'm like, there has got to be another way. And so, it was hell. Like it was hell. I don't wish it on anybody. But I started, I guess just eventually I started sleeping. I started taking magnesium at night and a few other things, epigening, something like that. And eventually, we had a revival with Patrick Johnson at the Mother Church. I hadn't slept. Like, I had not slept. And he gave me a word that Sunday morning. And so... And I don't remember the word other than he was like, man, your face has been on my hand. I've seen your face. And his whole sermon was, he explained that his whole sermon was about, in a sense, the way that I took it is that word that he was giving me had kind of triggered that message. And basically his whole message was that rescue is coming. Somehow you're in the dark place. You don't see the light, but rescue is coming. That's exactly how I felt. I was like, man, I don't see the light anywhere. And so I want to say that I probably started being able to sleep. Now, when I say I didn't sleep, I mean, I was probably getting maybe an hour of sleep, but it was like 10 minutes here, 10 minutes there, And so then what was happening is that throughout the day, I'm just sleepy all throughout the day. I'm super sleepy. I'm like, then I was like, okay, well, if I'm sleepy, I'm just going to try to fall asleep.
But then it wouldn't come.
So as soon as I was sleepy, I was like, okay, I'm going to fall asleep. And it was like, maybe I would doze off for maybe literally just a couple of minutes, and this rush of energy would come. And I was like, no way, like, come on. Like, and so it was ugly. And so then I'd wake up, and then I would try to go to sleep, but then the anxiety would start kicking in. And so I remember that I was like, I can discipline myself. So I laid down, and I was like, get a hold of your mind, and just quote scripture. And I'm starting to quote scripture, and just trying to lay and trying to hold still. And it was I could only do that for so long. And then it was like, it just got away. And I was like, what? Like it just got away from me. And so, gradually I started sleeping a little bit more and a little bit more and a little bit more and a little bit more. I remember telling Pastor, I'm being able to sleep now. I just wake up at 3-4 in the morning.
So you only get like 4 hours of sleep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so, but I was like, it's a victory. And so gradually it started becoming more and more.
Longer.
More. Yeah.
Are you sleeping full nights now?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, I mean, for that whole little season, like I couldn't even drink coffee. And I was like, man, I can't even drink coffee.
So during this episode of you going through this sleeplessness and stuff, was it when you're trying to reconcile your marriage, or you?
I'm trying to reconcile.
Okay, so
I'm trying to work things out. I'm trying to like, I'm you know what? Like,
so you hadn't been divorced yet, is what I was trying to get at. Okay, so then what is the moment when you realize there is no saving the marriage? It's over.
So, okay, I'm going to say this. It's a little bit complicated.
Okay. Well, I guess, yeah, I mean, you don't have to go into it all then. At that moment, then, when you did realize, okay, there's no saving this.
Is saving this not the words that you would necessarily agree with? You're still praying for her. You still love her. It's just you've released
the
her.
marriage is over though.
No, but you've released her to go. Okay,
that would probably be more accurate.
Okay.
Well, that's what I was getting at was when you realize that the marriage isn't going to go on anymore. Was there some sort of what is the word?
So okay, so she's kind of back and forth, like I'm confused. I want to make it right, but I'm torn,
She's going through her stuff.
And one of the things that she told me, she was like, you know what, like I didn't realize the power of sin. Like my mind's destroyed. And so while she's going back and forth, telling me like, I'm not sure, then and while she's going back and forth, I am gradually getting better. And so I'm gradually getting better as far as like I'm sleeping better. So what's crazy is that throughout that whole time, I didn't stop working out. And it's, I know you can't tell I work out, but that's a different story. Let's just say workout has good benefits. Now, the reason why I say that is because there's one thing that I force myself is I need to maintain the disciplines in my daily life. Mm-hmm. If I let go of the disciplines of my daily life, then I'm going to let go of my life. And I don't want to do that, which is whether I slept or didn't. Well, I didn't sleep. You can ask Pastor, where was I at 7:30 in the morning? I was at the church, attempting to pray.
Yeah.
Because I couldn't even pray. My Bible reading. So I said, I have not stopped. There has not gone a day that I've stopped reading the Bible. But what I can say, what's weird is that when all this began to happen, I was in the book of Jeremiah. I stopped and I was in the book of Jeremiah and I defaulted to the Psalms.
Okay.
And there was certain parts of the Bible that I couldn't read. Mm-hmm. This is probably not going to make sense to people. I heard a pastor, Jesus Celaya, who's out of Tucson. I think he's a missionary in Mexico right now. He went through an episode of depression and he spoke about how he couldn't read the Bible. When he said, I was like, that's crazy. Now I force myself to read it, but I know what he's talking about because in a sense you feel forsaken by God. So I was in conflict within myself because I was like, I know everything that I'm feeling isn't true, but for some reason I can't shake the feeling of what do I feel? I feel like I have been betrayed by God. I feel like I've been forsaken by God. I feel like God doesn't hear me. I feel like God's shunned me away, but I know none of those feelings are true.
Do you think you could kind of correlate with Job?
Yes.
Because he battled.
So let me say this. And like, cause somebody told me like, man, kind of made that reference, but I'll say it here. I'll say it right now and I'll say it again. I am not Job. I am not Joseph. And now the reason why I say that is simply because I'm like, man, these men were righteous at another level. Mm-hmm. And so as me and Carla have talked a lot about our marriage, I'm like I've seen a lot of my flaws. I've seen a lot of my sins. Mm-hmm. And so I'm like, I'll take responsibility for my end. And so I'm like, Job is a whole other man, that I'm like, and I remember praying like, God, I'm I ain't no Job, you know. I'm not Job. But I can, yeah, I can see that, right? Or I can probably be like, yeah, man, like I'm a Job, but I'm like, nah, I ain't no Job. You know, the Bible does say, I can't remember what in one of the books, but it does speak about 3 righteous men that even if Job or the Bible mentions it too. I was like, I know my name wouldn't be there, but what I can say though is that I can see how people can label God in a certain way when they go through various things.
Trials, yeah.
Because you do feel like you've been forsaken. You do feel like God isn't listening. You do feel like God's shunned you away. And you do feel like, you feel meaningless at a whole other level, And so, but I was like, the battle within me was like, I feel X, Y, Z, but I know better. So maybe other people don't know any better, but I have studied the Bible through and through. And so I know who God is. I've had an intimate relationship with God, and I completely, totally understand. Maybe not totally, completely understand who God is, but I know God is good.
Yes.
Like,
yeah.
I know that without a shadow of a doubt, but I know he doesn't violate people's wills. But I was like, but God, but why can't I sleep? Like, why, if you promise your beloved rest, and why can't I have that rest? And so I still don't know, you know, but I know I gradually started sleeping better. But I know one thing, and one of the reasons why I listen to the Jocko podcast is because he talks a lot about casualties of war, things that take place in war. And so he explains how one general would make sure that his men didn't, in Vietnam, there was one of the reasons why people didn't would say baby killers and rapists and all this is because there was, and I don't know all the details, but I know there was an episode where soldiers did abuse women. Matter of fact, a serial killer from California, the Night Stalker, his cousin or his uncle was a Vietnam veteran who started showing him pictures of things that they did in Vietnam, how they raped women and they killed innocent people and all this other stuff. But so anyways, what they said, what this general, I believe it was a general, I wish I could, maybe I should have gotten their names or whatever. But one of the things that he said is that the moment these soldiers stop doing daily disciplines as simple as shaving and changing out their socks and doing little things that maintain them as human.
Yeah.
He said they cross a threshold. He goes they cross a threshold because what they're doing daily is they're killing people in war. And that, whether you like it or not, it has an impact in your soul and your spirit.
Yes.
And he says, if I can maintain them doing human things, then they're going to maintain a perspective that this is war. And so the moment they stop doing daily disciplines that maintain them as human, because they're killing every day, then they cross this threshold, and now they're animals.
Yes. Yeah.
And now they're no longer human. Now they view, now. And so I remember that. So I was like, okay, I have to maintain, some of those anxiety episodes. I felt like running out of the church. I can't explain. I've never in my life felt like that, but I felt like running out of the church.
So it was even during church services?
During church service. And I remember I think it was, I don't know what we were doing there at the church one time, but I was like, I don't know what to do. Like, I feel like running out. I feel like, but I started recognizing, like, okay, like this is one of those anxieties. And so I just got to get a hold of myself. And thankfully I don't know how long it lasted for, but once I had a breakthrough, and I think the final complete breakthrough was during the Glenn Puglisi revival. And I was looking forward to it because I was like, I know he preaches on deliverance. Like, I know, and I know that I believe, and this is my belief, and I probably won't go deep into it, but I also believe that it partly had to do with witchcraft. And so, but I was like, okay, I know I'm going to have a breakthrough. Once I started knowing that I was going to get a breakthrough, you know, it gradually came. You know, it wasn't like an overnight thing. I can't pinpoint to an overnight, but I know it gradually
It did get better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I do have a question to try to keep things moving as we pass the 4-hour mark. But I've been curious since all this, you know, went down. Because when we heard the news, you know, like we said before, like you've always been one of our favorite, you know, evangelists to come and preach and stuff.
And we're not just saying that.
we,
Puff
you know,
you up. We
we
read
always-
it.
Yeah, we've always looked up to you and admired you and stuff in your ministry. And so when we heard all the news and we heard that the ministry for you was going to be gone, like that was kind of more heartbreaking than the divorce, because like you said, people have their own wills, people make decisions, unfortunately, but there's nothing you can do. So, you know what I mean? You get to the point where it's like, well, okay, now we got to move on with life. But for this action that took place to affect your ministry now, which is taken from you, like that's just like, oh man, that sucks. You know what I mean? Like, so what were your thoughts and your emotions of coming to terms with that, of man, now I'm not going to be able to do the evangelizing anymore?
So that is something that it may make sense, it may not, but that's something that I'm still mourning.
Okay.
Because it was like, okay, it was like there's the loss of my mother, the loss of my brother, the loss of my marriage, and along with that was the loss of pastoral ministry.
Mm-hmm.
And in a sense, it was a loss like a death. Like I kind of mourned it like a death.
Yeah.
And I started realizing as I'm sitting there, and whether we're having a guest speaker or not, it's kind of always a reminder. And so I'm like, okay, I'm mourning the call of God. And I'm like, okay, I'm mourning the call of God. Now, you know, like it doesn't mean, you know, and like pastors told me, and I've had other pastor friends that tell me like, well, it doesn't mean the ministry's over, you know, ministry's people. I'm like, I 100% understand all that. I'm still witnessing to people. During the week of boot camp, you know, I brought a visitor to church. And so, because my prayer is like, hey, I'm still going to be fruitful. I've been fruitful getting saved. I brought people in, and I'm, thank God, like when we handed the church over to Daniel and Jessica, I was like, you know what, we're handing the church over to a couple that's in a sense fruit, you know. I called for a street preach meeting as a single guy with a couple of other guys, and Jessica got saved in that street preach meeting. And she got locked in. So it was like part of the fruit, you know. The prison ministries were started because I witnessed to a couple at the gym. They came to the church, got saved, and locked in. And he worked at the prisons, and he swung the door wide open, you know.
Yeah.
And so there's still like Yvette that goes to our church. She was part of that fruit. Laz from our church, you know, witnessed to him at a mall, and so he's still there. So and I'm like, I understand ministry, you know, quote unquote ministry doesn't stop.
Right. Yes.
But I am mourning the call of God, if that makes sense. And I'm like,
Yeah.
okay, you know, I'm mourning the call of God.
So what's next for Juan?
Go to sleep.
Go to
No,
sleep.
Because
rest.
it is. Yeah.
So the next thing is I have no idea. However, you know, I do look forward to working with people as far as like young people, teenagers.
Do you have any, like you said, you know, you started the Healing Crusades, the prison ministry stuff. Now you saying you have kind of a heart for the youth or whatever. Do you have any ideas or for maybe new ministries that you might want to get into?
Not necessarily new ministries, but Well, for example, like, the boys have the rap group Kingdom Business. And so as soon as I started evangelizing full time, I was like, okay, like if I'm going to, when I'm at home, I need to make sure that I'm fruitful somehow. And I remember seeing my son with all his friends and kind of was like, all right, like there's something to work with. I started having getting them for breakfast and reading the Bible and challenging them. And out of that, we went street preaching. And out of that, a rap group got started. And so, so I'm saying that to say that I was like, okay, like I'm going to start doing that with some other teenagers, and whatever comes out of that, I'm going to believe God for some kind of ministry to come out of that. I got to preach at a high school a few months ago that through Keone and Michaela, which is, the brother and sister from our church, they go to Steele High School. And so she's got a Bible study, and somehow they were able to get me in, and I got to preach there at the high school. It was cool.
God.
We had over 50 people, and I don't remember how many people answered altar call, and a few people got healed. And so it felt good,
Yes.
It felt good. And I was like, okay, like somehow doors will open up.
Yes.
And so
good.
we'll see what happens.
Okay, so one last question. So now, that you're out of the pastoral side of things, and you've mentioned a little bit about, during pioneering and you evangelizing and stuff, that you might have spent more time with your family. So are you using this time then to kind of redo, you know what I mean? Like spend more time with your daughter, especially now because she's still young.
Yeah. So, we're together most of the time,
So you taking advantage of it then?
Yeah. But I do have to say, like, I did spend time with that's one of the things that me and Carla were talking about. Because it was like, look, like if you really look at things, like I taught both of my boys how to drive. And actually she was telling me the other day, she called me and she was telling me about Aaron and, XYZ or whatever. But she was like, we invested so much in him. And so there was neglect, but I think it was maybe more on the marriage than the kids. And so, because even when EJ was younger and we still lived in New Braunfels, I had already been spending a lot of time with Aaron, teaching them. We'd read books together. And because I believed, and I still believe, right? Like, okay, as far as discipleship works in the home as well. We teach our kids.
Yes, absolutely.
And so I'd been spending a lot of time with Aaron, investing in him and trying to work with him. And then as EJ got a little bit older, then I started pulling EJ in. And so we'd go in the mornings, we'd go run together, work out, and I'm starting to teach him, talk to him about life, talk to him about, look, decisions and just, XYZ, and in a sense, working with him. And,
well, there's no doubt that you had a major positive influence in his life. I mean,
we had
him and his wife were on the podcast with Diego and Nico, and listening to them, like you can hear your influence in him. You know what I mean? So I mean, that's a huge testament. I mean,
yeah, and I'm proud of them. And I guess to answer your question, so I realized that more than the family, it was the marriage.
Okay.
And so, yeah.
Okay. All right. So I
Wait,
think
words.
yes, I know. I was getting there. But as far as any other questions and stuff, I mean, I think that's good. Unless there's anything else you wanted to kind of mention before we close it out. Because before we close it out, we do ask, if there's any words of advice. You've been through a lot. You've gone, from your youth, your childhood, rejection to, the father relationship dynamic to being a young disciple to pioneering to, your marriage to loss and tragedy. I mean, you've gone through a lot. But we ask, we always ask our guests, what kind of advice would you give to somebody in your position, going through what you've gone through and stuff? But before we do that, is there anything else you want to kind of touch on in your life, in your testimony before we leave?
I'm not sure, 'cause for sure, I'm sure there's a lot of other things that we left out. Well, not we, but
We can start over. Let's go back to day one. And if not, then, just go ahead and say what words of wisdom to somebody going through what you've gone through.
So I guess what I can say is one of the things that's been super critical, and I guess this goes for, it doesn't really matter what you're going through in life, right? But I've heard Pastor Wayman Mitchell say this. Now Pastor Greg Mitchell says it. I've heard Pastor Harold Warner say this. And that is, like, it doesn't get any deeper than your relationship with God. Mm-hmm. I mean, praying and Bible reading. But what I would add to that is friendships and real relationships. So my pastor thankfully, he's been my pastor my entire salvation. Mm-hmm. But going through this, I leaned on him a lot. And I would let him know, like, Pastor, like, I am leaning on you. Mm-hmm. Like, I am literally leaning on you. And sometimes I would feel bad because I'm like, dang, like, you have no idea how many times I called him at 2 a.m. And so, but it was like, Pastor, I can't sleep. And I felt bad. And so I'd call him at 2 a.m. But he'd answer the phone and be like, let's pray. And I know, and I knew he doesn't understand, and he doesn't know what I'm going, like, he's not feeling what I'm going through, but he was still there. Mm-hmm. And one of the convictions that I have is that, and I remember my pastor mentioning this to me not too long ago, about a person can be smarter than their pastor, which is valid, which is true. But the biblical ordination of leadership is that if that's my ordained leader, there is an anointing and he's going to help me. Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And so now that became a conviction that I developed in New Braunfels. So my pastor was telling me, I was like, I know exactly what you're saying. Mm-hmm. I told her, because, when we handed the church over, I had a couple that was like, man, but I'm still going to call you. I was like, well, you can. I was like, but God's anointing upon me as a leader over you has been removed to that person. So I was like, I might tell you something whack.
Yeah.
So don't call me. And so, and it's true though.
Yeah.
And so, the importance of leadership, of our pastoral leadership and friends. So, thank God for now somebody that's become really close to me. It's Edgar, the door director in our mother church. And, my friend Rudy, who's been there for me since I got to, actually, we didn't even talk about that. But I moved in with Rudy and Lydia as a new convert. But Rudy and Luis, William, George, and so they became, and another pastor friend who I had called, and from that we developed a close relationship. Now, the reason why I say that is because, like, if you think that you can do it on your own, just you and God, it sounds good, but it's not true. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And it sounds good, but God has, that's why God ordained the church, because you have people, you have relationships.
Yes, yeah.
And so, and I have told my friends, like, hey, I'm leaning on you, because I don't think I can see clearly right now. Mm-hmm. and I am aware of that.
Okay, and so what kind of advice would you give to somebody about the balance of ministry, family, a wife, things that you're talking about, you know, with looking back now, you know, the lost time with your wife and stuff? Like, what kind of advice do you give to somebody that is trying to balance all these things, and some areas are going to get neglected, but how do you focus your time and management of everything? What would you recommend after going through what you've gone through?
So what I plan on doing is there was a lot of times where I was like, oh, I could buy her this, I could do this, and I wouldn't do it. And so, but if it was, and she would tell me like, but if it's something for the church or even an offering or whatever, like you pull the trigger quick. And so I'm not sure why. Yeah, I don't know why, other than my neglect, you know. So what I would say is, and what I plan on doing is, not hesitating in truly investing in the marriage. You know, I invested in the kids. You know, I have a good relationship with all my kids. And so, but for whatever reason, you know, I didn't in the marriage. And so do it. That would, you know, if it's truly worth it, which in my case, I kind of realized it too late. Because, you know, towards the end, and at this point, I'm willing to spend whatever. I should have done that before. And so, you know, I remember I was talking with a friend, and he was like, yeah, you know, I mean, my wife got into an argument or whatever. She said this or wanted that. I was like, just do it, bro. Like, just do it. Like, you ain't going to lose nothing. Like, and at this point now, I'm like, you know, I can say that. Well, I should have done it. You know, I should have done it.
Well, wise words. Thank you for joining us. I mean, your testimony is really powerful. Obviously, I mean, we've gone on for almost 4.5 hours, and it's been captivating the whole time. You know what I mean?
It's probably been because I haven't preached.
No,
so like, this is my outlet. You're gonna get it out.
No, but this is just as like you're talking, and I'm thinking like, this is so encouraging. This is so encouraging on so many levels of the loss of, you know, family, you know, but then you going through this and because this is still fresh, and being able to talk about this, because not a lot of people would even want to come on here and give us the approval of, yeah, we can talk about that. So that's encouraging, you know what I mean? And so it's like, in you giving hope, you know what I mean? It's like, okay, for people out there that, you know, whatever they're struggling with, and even just the word that you got, that it's coming, even though you did not see, you know what I mean? That little hope that God's like, don't worry, it's coming. The relief is coming. Just hang on. And then you said, yeah, the relationships with your pastor, with your other friends, you know what I mean? That you said, I'm leaning on you guys, and they didn't even hesitate. They're like, okay. And you knew that they were praying for you, that they were contending for you. You know what I mean? It's like, that's so awesome. That's so powerful. It is very encouraging. So I'm like super excited to see the kind of fruit that we will get from, or anywhere, you know, from your podcast. I mean, we might not see it, but seeds are going to be planted, and it's just, I don't know, when we're in heaven, then maybe we'll see, and it's just like, I don't know, I think it's so encouraging.
Well, I think even beyond that too, the fruit, but also I think your testimony, you know, your strength, your faithfulness, your perseverance through all of this is admirable. You know what I mean? I think it's something that can help a lot of married Christian couples that are in ministry, young in the ministry, you know what I mean? Because we always hear about the struggles with the marriages and the balancing of time and stuff like that. So I think seeing your testimony and hearing your words of advice and stuff, I think that's going to also help a lot of people in trying to rededicate and refocus the priorities in their life and realize, you know, they're in this together as one. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And to really invest those times with those ones, you know what I mean, with your significant other and whatnot. So no, I mean, it's a great episode.
I do want to say one thing.
Mm-hmm.
I've said a lot. Sorry. But I did want to say I am glad to have come on the podcast. And so, and I know, you said, hey, if there's an issue you don't want to talk about. I did want to talk about this for a number of reasons. And it's still very fresh, right? But I also wanted to issue out an apology to our branch, from the mother church to our daughter churches and granddaughter churches. And that apology is this: I did distance myself, right, from people. And I tried to somewhat avoid people because, in a sense, it's a bit embarrassing / humiliating. And all the people that don't know how to approach me, and some are like, hey, Pastor Juan,
Oh,
and
yeah.
so, and it's kind of like, so, I mentioned earlier, it's kind of, I'm mourning the call of God. And then at the same time, we're having a revival. I'm like, oh man, like all our daughter church is going to be here. I don't want to see, I preach to these, and part of me, it's like, I don't want to see people because it's like, you're embarrassed, you're embarrassed. It's humiliating, but at the same time, I'm like, well, I don't mind coming out. And that way it's like, it's out in the open. People know what's up. And so if I was distant, or if it seemed if I was rude or ignored people, it wasn't that I was trying to be rude or trying to ignore people. It's just simply the idea of like, okay, you have to, face people and because, even going to the boot camp and picking up the kids or whatever, I'm like, we're going to go to July conference. I had other, some pastors from other states, I was just saying hello or whatever. They text me every once in a while. And you have to say, I am not, and so I'm not doing XYZ no more. So it's somewhat of a burden, but so I wanted to apologize. But at the same time, that way it's like it's out in the open. It's here, know. And so if there's any other questions, there have been some people that have actually approached me and like, hey, I'm sorry, I heard or whatever. And I don't take no offense to that, because I'm like, I don't expect you not to have heard.
Right,
Bad news travels fast. And I'm not, I don't blame anybody for anything. Like,
Right.
Like if somebody has heard something, I'm like, well, of course you're supposed to, the word travels quick, Bad news travels faster than good news.
Yep.
And so, but that way it's out in the open.
Well, that's the model for all our news organizations these days, right? It's all bad news because that's what sells. So,
No, but even just the way you are handling this, and because this is all new water, you know what I mean? And so it's like, yeah, people are like, you know what I mean? So it's like, no, that's why I said, like, I was like, I'm appreciative that you were able to talk about it. And then it just is, it's like, I am grateful that you were able to, but you just, sometimes people are like, can he talk about it? Can I talk to him?
That's a touchy subject.
It is because it is. It's unknown waters.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So thank you.
Well, thank you for coming on.
Yes.
If you ever want an outlet, you can come on the podcast again and just rant about whatever you want.
All your views are going to go down.
He said Roger. So I mean, Rudy. So I'm sure there's some stories
but
with
even like,
them ministering to you.
But even just other stuff, because we have some ideas for some topics, not just testimonial podcasts, but topical podcasts that we want to do. And so, yeah, I mean, if you're into it, you can always come back on and give your perspective on things. I know Pastor Luis does want to do like wants to do a podcast with you, non-testimonial, talking about certain things too. So
yeah.
So, yeah.
I don't mind. I'd love to. Sometimes
we
had
got it on record.
we've been on phone conversations. We're like, bro, this could have been a podcast.
Right.
Before this podcast, we're like, bro, this could have been a podcast. We're like, yeah.
Well, good. Then, yeah. The
We'll
door's
revisit
open.
those.
So,
Yes.
all right. So, thank you for watching.
Yes, thank you.
That was a really good episode. It was long, but thanks for bearing with us. I think everybody will get something powerful and useful out of it.
Yes.
And stay tuned to seeing more Juan on the podcast.
Like, share, comment.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks for watching.
Good night.